Chapter 513. After the engagement was confirmed, Qin Sheng came to visit. He seemed to have a serious expression on his face. Seeing that he had something to say, Ji Yu invited him to the side hall. With a flash of green light, a purple wooden box was placed on the table. Qin Sheng said politely, "Little friend Ji, this wooden box contains the secret of our alchemist guild. It's a pity that I haven't deciphered it yet. Perhaps you're the only one who has this opportunity." Suddenly, the soul rope trembled. "Accept it." The voice of the remnant soul came from Ji Yu's mind. After Ji Yu accepted the wooden box, Qin Sheng got up and left. After he left, Ji Yu opened the wooden box. Unexpectedly, there was only a small piece of paper in the wooden box. Surprisingly, there was no pill formula hidden on the paper. The remnant soul phantom floated out and absorbed the blue thing inside. "The power inside can replenish my soul." After the blue light disappeared, a map slowly appeared on the paper. This map showed a place that Ji Yu had never seen before. "This place is very familiar. It seems to be a place in the Azure Steel Empire, but I can't remember the exact location." Ji Yu said calmly, "All right, then let's go to the Azure Steel Empire." Under Xiao Gu's lead, they arrived at the Azure Steel Empire's Fengyu city on the second day. The people of the Azure Steel Empire made a living by making weapons, and they even compared people of other professions to trash. Here, weapon refiners were respected. The streets and alleys were filled with all kinds of lights all the time. The blacksmiths were shouting. The moment Ji Yu entered the city, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Suddenly, a child of about 17 or 18 years old walked over. He stroked his beard and said to Ji Yu, "Little brother, did you make the clothes you're wearing yourself?" "No." When the child heard that it wasn't made by Ji Yu, his eyes lit up. "Then can you sell this to me? I'm willing to buy it for 100 gold. 100 gold was very tempting. Many martial artists were willing to do things they didn't want to do. Who knew that what welcomed him was Ji Yu's casual reply, "No need." The young man immediately walked away dejectedly. Right at this moment, a group of people walked out of a mansion not far away. Seeing the youth, one of the burly men shouted, "Look, that guy is over there." The burly man pointed at Ji Yu. The young man shouted and grabbed Ji Yu's hand. "Run." However, Ji Yu shook off his hand. "I'm not the one they're after." The corner of the young man's eyes suddenly flashed. "Big brother, they are the ones who bullied me." Ji Yu looked at him in confusion. Several burly men pulled up their sleeves. "Brat, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The aura of the Tongxian realm was gradually released from the 7 of them. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on Ji Yu. Even though the 7 of them had just entered the Tongxian realm, they were confident that they would be able to kill a Tongxian realm expert together. However, under the pressure of this aura, Ji Yu didn't move at all. He didn't even frown. "Brat, acting tough won't do you any good. Get lost. You're annoying." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu rushed into the crowd in the blink of an eye. He threw out several punches in a second. The cloud extinction fist technique landed on the 8 burly men. In a short moment, they exploded and died. Only the remaining young man let out a miserable shriek. Only the smell of urine wafted over from his body. He shouted, "I'll give anyone who can take him down a grade 3 magic weapon." After hearing this, many experts on both sides of the street took out their magic weapons and charged towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu grabbed the young man's collar. When he touched her, he felt a strange feeling. He looked at him in confusion. He thought that this brat was just a pretty boy. He didn't expect that he was actually a woman. However, he threw the woman behind him. Even though Ji Yu wasn't afraid of the people in front of him, he couldn't bear to be bothered by so many mosquitoes. He directly released the aura of the spirit profound realm. Everyone stopped in their tracks. It was as if a body freezing technique had been used on them. He's in the spirit profound realm. This person looks so young. He's actually a spirit profound realm expert. "Young master, we were wrong. Please forgive us." That's right. "Please treat us as farts and let us go." Ji Yu said coldly, "Get lost." The young man landed on the ground. His hat fell down and his hair slowly fell. So he was a peerless beauty. However, who wasn't a beauty by Ji-Yu's side? The young lady stood up. She didn't know why this black-clothed young man looked so handsome and was so strong. Her face was slightly red as she walked in front of Ji-Yu. Young master is really skilled. Thank you for just now. Ji-Yu wasn't interested in people who used others, even if she was a beauty. If there's a next time, die. The young lady immediately shouted, Young master, please wait. This young lady was wrong just now. However, this young lady has her own difficulties. The young lady's name was Dai Shui. Her family was a family that had been passed down for generations. However, in the generation of her father, Dai Tian-Yen, there was only one female. In order to obtain the position of clan leader, several branch families wanted to marry her. The young man that was killed by Ji-Yu just now was Dai Shui's cousin. Now that her father was seriously ill, Dai Cheng wanted to seize the position of patriarch and forced her to marry him. Dai Shui escaped. So she was also a pitiful person. I'll let the previous matter go. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Ji-Yu was about to leave, Dai Shui anxiously said, Young master, please wait. Just now, I saw that young master was an expert above the 8th level of the Tongxian realm. Dai Shui couldn't see through Ji-Yu's strength. However, from the way he killed 8 Tongxian experts, his strength was definitely not ordinary. How is it? Dai Shui's eyes immediately turned red. Coupled with her male attire, she looked very pitiful. Young master, can you accompany me home? Perhaps with your Shen energy, you can force the poison out of my father's body. She was worried that Ji-Yu wouldn't agree. Dai Shui anxiously said, Marry me, I'm willing to accept the position of patriarch. Patriarch? Our Dai family has been master blacksmiths for generations. We can create invincible artifacts for you. Seeing that the other party was so anxious and that there were benefits, Ji-Yu agreed. When the time comes, I'll just choose one artifact from your family. As for the marriage, let's forget about it. Could it be that this young master doesn't like me? Dai Shui didn't know why, but she felt unhappy. Chapter 514. Ji-Yu accompanied Dai Shui to the front of the Dai mansion. As the residence of the Dai family's master, Dai mansion had lost all its vitality. Obviously, it was in decline. When a maid saw Dai Shui return, she anxiously came out. Miss, why did you come back? Dai Shui said, I invited a master to come back. The maid looked at Ji-Yu and thought that although this person was very handsome, he was too young to be of help to the master. But the miss was so determined that she had no other choice. But miss, uncle and the others are inside. Outside the door, a middle-aged man of about 40 or 50 years old came out. Well, Dai Shui, you still know to come back. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. I advise you to marry my son. Dai Shui gritted her teeth and looked at the man in front of her. I have found a husband now. She glanced at Ji-Yu. He is my husband. The middle-aged man looked at Ji-Yu and released a strong psychic power. He couldn't feel any change in Ji-Yu's Shen Qi. Haha, it's just a nameless boy. Come, break his legs and drive him out. The two servants quickly gathered their qi and threw a silver dagger in Ji-Yu's direction at the same time. The middle-aged man was smiling proudly. Suddenly, the two silver knives turned in the air and stabbed into the middle-aged man's legs. Only a scream was heard. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground. The servants were scared silly. They opened their mouths wide and couldn't make any reaction. The next moment, Ji-Yu appeared in front of the middle-aged man and punched him in the chest. The rest of the servants were scared and knelt on the ground. Young master, we were forced to do this. Please let us go. Yes, he ordered us to do this. Ji-Yu said lightly, you shouldn't ask me, ask her. Several servants knelt in front of Dai Shui. We were wrong, we were all wrong. Please spare our lives, young miss. Get lost. Don't let me see you in Feng City in the future. Of course. Dai Shui glanced at Ji-Yu, touched. Suddenly, a coughing sound was heard. Ji-Yu and Dai Shui followed the sound and rushed into the room. Old Master Dai's body was covered in black gas. It was obvious that he didn't have much time left. Ji-yu released her spiritual power and covered Old Master Dai's body. The black gas on his body did not come from his main body. Following the black gas, he extended his spiritual power outwards and found that there were 4 small flags around Old Master Dai. Array formation. Ji-yu gently swung her hand, and the flag made a cracking sound. Then, it broke apart. The black chi on Master Dai's face suddenly disappeared without a trace. Dai Shui excitedly laid on Master Dai's body. "Father, you're finally all right." Old Master Dai was also very puzzled as he checked his body and found that there were no injuries. "My dear daughter, what about your uncle? He has already been killed by this young master." Old Master Dai sighed. He only has himself to blame. Then, he cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help, young master. This old man has nothing to thank you with, only this artifact." After speaking, a purple gold gourd appeared in Old Master Dai's hand. If outsiders knew about this purple gold gourd, they would definitely go crazy and even fight for it with their lives. Because this purple gold gourd had hundreds of arrays on it. It could easily kill people below the first level of the spirit profound realm. It was the Dai family's family treasure. Ji-yu unceremoniously accepted it. Ding. Host has taken a look at the purple gold gourd, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully comprehended the method to create the purple gold gourd. Coincidentally, Ji-yu also had all the formulas needed to make the purple gold gourd. With a thought in her mind. In the jade bottle obtained from Malao Xing, a purple flame appeared. As a third-grade blacksmith, Old Master Dai had seen all kinds of strange people in his life. Suddenly, he saw a flame appear on Ji-yu's palm and was extremely surprised. Could it be that this young friend was also an alchemist? The purple flame in Ji-yu's hand was strengthened by the profound energy on her body and burned even more fiercely. A small tower gradually formed in her hand and slowly burned into the shape of a gourd. Moreover, Ji-yu was a 5th-grade lower-grade array master. The newly carved array was hundreds of times stronger than the original one. Now, even if a 4th-level spirit profound realm expert appeared in front of Ji-yu, he would not be afraid. Old Master Dai originally thought that Ji-yu was only an alchemist. He did not expect that she was also an alchemist. Ding. Host has successfully created the purple gold gourd. Blacksmith attainments has gained 999 times experience. Ding. Congratulations host, blacksmith attainments has successfully broken through to the 2nd grade middle grade. Young friend, you are indeed capable. I wonder what is the relationship between you and Shui. Ji-yu said indifferently, we can be considered friends. After hearing this, Dai Shui lowered her head. She did not know why, but she felt that her nose was a little sour. Although Old Master Dai did not know where Ji-yu came from, he was able to create the purple gold gourd and was also an array master. He did not know how powerful her ability had become. Moreover, Shui seemed to have feelings for him. I wonder if this young friend is interested in joining our blacksmith guild. Thank you very much, senior. Haha, how about we become friends? Old Master Dai stepped forward and held Ji-yu's hand. The news of his recovery quickly spread throughout the entire Feng City. The Blacksmith Guild branch president and a group of elders personally came to visit. Jiao Jian walked in with a sage-like demeanor, followed by a group of elders. After the two exchanged greetings, Jiao Jian found that Ji-yu was also present. He asked Old Master Dai, This is a good friend of my daughter, her name is Ji-yu. Young friend Ji. You don't know, but young friend Ji is also an alchemist. What? Jiao Jian and the other branch presidents looked at Ji-yu. They could not see any Xian Qi fluctuation from her body. Well, this old man has a trial stone here. Alchemists have 5 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only those who have one attribute can be considered an alchemist. Ji-yu, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. She placed her hand on the trial stone. The people behind looked at the trial stone. To be able to be valued by Old Master Dai, she must be at least a genius. Jiyu gradually released her Xian Qi. She injected it into the trial stone. A burst of faint green light appeared. The wood attribute is not bad, and this color is at least the strength of a second-grade alchemist. An old man said while stroking his beard. However, at this time, the trial stone that was originally emitting a blue light changed. The blue light suddenly disappeared. Chapter 5:15. What's going on? The blue light disappeared in a flash. Instead, it was replaced by a red light. This is the power of fire. It's really rare to have two attributes. Yes, we haven't seen such a genius in Feng City since 100 years ago. However, when the elders were surprised, the red light in front of them gradually faded. Could it be? Jiao Jian couldn't believe it. Master Dai didn't dare to believe it, and the rest of the elders didn't dare to believe it either. Yellow. Earth. Power of earth. Look, it's blue, the power of water. My God, gold, the power of gold. 5 elements refiner, he's actually a 5 elements refiner. The Craftsmen's Union was like the 7 empires in the southern region. In Qinggang City, although they were all under the Union in name, no one was willing to submit to the other. Jiyu withdrew his Xian Qi. It took a long time for the elders to wake up from the shock. Jiao Jian said excitedly, "Little friend, I wonder if you can join our Feng City Craftsmen's Union branch." Jiyu cupped his hands. "Senior, this time I came to the Qinggang Empire to look for something." As he spoke, he took out a wooden box from his body and took out a piece of cloth from it. When he saw the wooden box, Jiao Jian said, "I was lucky enough to see this thing. It should be in Kiran's hands. How could it be? Could it be that little friend is also an alchemist?" Jiyu nodded, yes. After hearing this, Jiao Jian felt that he couldn't stand properly. Master Dai was even more excited. If Xiao Shui and Jiyu could fulfill their wish, then their Dai clan would instantly become the #1 clan. Thinking of this, Master Dai said proudly, "Young friend Ji also refined the purple gold gourd himself. The array formation on it was carved by him." After saying this, the person next to him sucked in a breath of cold air. Craftsmen, alchemists, array masters, and they couldn't sense Jiyu's Xian Qi. What did it mean? It meant that Jiyu was either a waste or had surpassed them. And he's not even 18 yet, right? This was simply too inconceivable. Wasn't this world a little too crazy? Looks like we're all old. At the same time, they quickly searched through their memories to see if they had any close relatives whose daughters were not married yet. If they could get Jiyu's attention, they would be able to do so. Jiyu, however, focused on Jiao Jian's words. "Senior, where have you seen him before?" Jiao Jian said faintly, "I've seen this thing in our blacksmith guild. In fact, every guild keeps the same thing, and each of them has their own rules. Our rule here is that every 10 years, there will be a blacksmith general assembly. As long as you win, you will have the opportunity to comprehend it." Jiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "I am willing to join your union. May I know when this meeting will be held?" Coincidentally, in 3 months, the blacksmith convention will be held. But even if Ji Gongzi is a genius, he still needs to win in our guild selection. Second-grade blacksmiths were everywhere on this continent. Indeed, they didn't have the ability to participate in the blacksmith convention. However, if Jiyu could join their guild, it would be of great benefit to the future of Feng City. Most people could hear the benefits in Jiao Jian's words. How long until the next blacksmith guild selection? 1 month later. Well, this junior will participate. Jiao Jian coughed dryly, even if little friend Ji is talented, but in such a short time. Jiyu said faintly, "Senior, we'll see you in a month." Seeing Jiyu so determined, Jiao Jian thought that it was a good thing for young people to gain more experience, so he didn't say anything more. He just took out a recipe from his arms. There was a pagoda carved on it. Ding, the host has read the recipe of the 7 orifices exquisite pagoda and mastered it. In a flash, Jiyu memorized every detail in her mind. Jiao Jian and the others said a few words and then got up to leave. Master Dai also planned to go back to his room to practice. Jiyu suddenly said, "Master Dai, I have a business deal, I don't know if you are interested. Business. Hearing this, Master Dai immediately turned his head. The two discussed for a while. Master Dai said that he would unconditionally follow Ji Yu's words. 3 days later, all the rich and powerful families in Feng City received a strange invitation. There were 3 big words written on the invitation. Distinguished guest hall. What did these 3 words mean? It meant that the people invited here were all distinguished guests. If they weren't distinguished guests, they would have to raise their noble feet and have a look at other places. Some people who didn't receive the invitation thought that they were from the rich and powerful families and bought the invitation at a high price. The invitation only said that there would be an auction of elixirs and magic tools. And all of them had to be paid with gold coins. Magic tools were not rare, but elixirs were something that every family was very eager to get. With elixirs, it meant that they could cultivate a genius in minutes. 3 days later, at the entrance of the distinguished guest hall, a row of well-dressed maids were waiting in front of the door. Their words and actions revealed their gentleness. Carriages came one by one, and a few burly men guided them to put down the carriages. When they entered, the distinguished guest hall was decorated with incomparable splendor. Generally, the auction would focus on elegance, but under Ji Yu's idea, it was as noble as it could be. The people who came felt that they had a lot of face. After they were seated, the auctioned medicinal pills were quickly swept clean. Next was the purple gold gourd. Of course, this weakened version couldn't be compared with the one in Ji Yu's hand. It was completely made to gain experience. Under the stage, the eyes of the rich and powerful families were fixed. With such a treasure, who could invade their family in the future? The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. I bid 50,000. A big fat man stood up and waved the fan in his hand. Isn't that the young master of the Zhong family? Yes, I didn't expect that they would also participate. I bid 100,000 gold coins. The young master of the Li family. Oh my God, 2 of the 4 great refining families have made a move. Yes, they have participated. How can we dare to compete? You are too stingy. I bid 500,000. The Zhao family has also participated. I bid 1 million. My God, the Sun family has also participated. 4 major refining families have participated at the same time. What kind of treasure is this? Chapter 5:16. Looking around, everyone was looking at each other. The young masters were glaring at each other as if they were all enemies. In the end, the Li family bought it for 1.8 million gold coins. Master Dai walked up to the center of the small stage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In Feng City, Master Dai's family was the most prestigious. Although the sun had already set, their foundation was still there. What kind of artifact was Master Dai going to introduce? Master Dai coughed dryly and clapped his hands. 4 servant girls in scantily clad clothes slowly walked out with a huge wooden box in their hands. The wooden basin looked squarish and was as long as 4 people put together. Master Dai walked in front of the wooden box with a smile. Everyone, please allow this old man to introduce the whirling staff. What? The Li family's young master was the first to stand up. The fan in his hand fell to the ground. The Zhong family's young master was also shocked. A few people sitting at the back asked, "What is this whirling staff?" Hiss. You may not know, but this whirling staff is said to be an artifact left behind by a spirit profound realm expert. It has already gone extinct in this continent. Gone extinct? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of rare artifact, how could it appear here? Master Dai was very proud. When he saw this artifact for the first time, his expression was not much more relaxed than these people. Although this kind of artifact had a crafting method, because of the required materials and the high requirements for the craftsman, even the Craftsman Guild's president could not successfully create it. Now, it actually appeared here. Many of the aristocratic family's children had ominous glints in their eyes. Suddenly, the atmosphere became very oppressive, as if a life-and-death battle would break out in the next moment. A few defensive profound realm experts slowly pulled out their swords. However, At this moment, a terrifying pressure slowly came. It covered the entire VIP hall. Everyone was sweating like rain, drops of sweat dripping to the ground. This is the aura of a Spirit Profound Realm expert. The number of Spirit Profound Realm experts in the entire Azure Steel Empire can be counted on one hand. Who is it? Who is it? Those who dare to use martial artists, die. Ji-Yu's majestic voice reverberated throughout the entire guest hall. The clan leaders of the few clans stood up and cupped their hands respectfully. Senior, please don't be angry. It's our fault for not being strict enough. That's right. Senior, please be tolerant. Ji-Yu, who was on the second floor, smiled. Whirling staff, starting at 50 million gold coins. Everyone's eyes widened. 50 million gold coins, this was simply going to bankrupt them. Ji-Yu's eyes were fixed on the leading family, the Sun family. The pressure on the Sun clan's clan head increased tremendously. Even with his Tongxian realm level 3 cultivation, he found it hard to breathe. 51 million. Under this pressure, the head of the Sun family could only shout out a bid. The other three patriarchs cursed in their hearts. You added so much at one go. Aren't you harming others? However, they soon felt the pressure from the Sun family's head. One bid higher than the other. In the end, it was sold for 80 million gold coins. If it weren't for the fact that this kind of treasure had been extinct for a long time on the continent, it was definitely not that low of a price. In Ji-Yu's mind, these people really didn't know what was good for them. The auction came to an end. Some people were happy while others were sad. However, boxes of gold coins were sent to the Dai family. Master Dai came to Ji-Yu with a smile. Little friend Ji, there's a total of 130 million gold coins here. According to our agreement, we'll split it 3-7. You get 70% and I get 30%. Ji-Yu raised his hand and waved. Master Dai, there's no need. Then, Ji-Yu whispered a few words in Master Dai's ear. The more Master Dai listened, the happier he became. Little friend, you're really smart. Days passed by. Every day, there was a steady stream of refining materials sent to the Dai family, and a steady stream of magic tools sent out. Many refining experts heard that there was a mysterious expert in the Dai family. They all came to the Dai family, hoping to join the Dai family. Ji-Yu was not afraid of those who came. Sooner or later, he would leave here. Only with these talents would he be able to earn a steady stream of gold coins. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At the entrance of the Blacksmith Guild branch, all the younger generation of the entire Feng City gathered here. Li Changqing could be said to be the most outstanding generation of the Li family. The surrounding young masters had to be respectful when they saw him. Sun Dahai snorted coldly. A bunch of bootlickers. Zhong Hong laughed. Brother Dahai, who is Li Changqing? How can we compare to him? Today, we're going to choose the most outstanding one among the 4 families. A mere Li family is nothing. I was wondering who it was, so it's the young master of the Zhao family. While the young masters of the 4 families were arguing, the rest of the young masters suddenly looked in the direction of the crowd. Dai Shui pulled Ji-Yu's sleeve and walked on the street. The houses on both sides are the craftsmen who forge materials. That's where our Blacksmith Guild branch is located. Don't you think it looks like a big iron hammer? Dai Shui jumped up and down and introduced the streets of Feng City to Ji-Yu, as if she wanted to tell him everything she knew. The veins on Li Changqing's forehead bulged out. He clenched his fists with a gloomy face. Sun Dahai, Zhong Hong and Zhao Xiao also knew that a new master had recently joined the Dai family. They didn't dare to be too presumptuous and just walked forward with a smile on their faces. Isn't this Sister Shui? I don't know who this is. Dai Shui snorted and didn't pay attention to the 3 people. The 3 people knew that the Dai family was no longer a declining family that could be bullied by anyone. They just smiled awkwardly and didn't speak. Ji-Yu said, "Let's go in." Li Changqing came forward. Wait. He stopped the 2 people and said to Ji-Yu, "It seems that you are also a blacksmith." So what? Li Changqing didn't have anyone talk to him like this before. However, As the most likely person to become the next president of the Blacksmith Guild branch, he naturally had to pay attention to his image. Nothing, I just want to compare notes with you later. At this time, Gao Jian came out from the direction of the gate. The two people beside him rang the gong. Gao Jian said with a sage-like demeanor, "Welcome, young talents. This old man announces the official start of the Blacksmith Guild selection." Good. Good. The people under the stage applauded. Gao Jian waved his hand. "Everyone, let's first assess your ability. Those under the second grade don't need to participate." Sun Dahai and the others evaluated one by one, and the result was that they passed. Chapter 5:17. There were also many people who were judged as unqualified during the process. When he called Li Chongqing's name, he looked at Jiyu provocatively. He walked in front of the testing stone. Triple attribute armament master, and his profound strength was at the Tongxian realm. All the onlookers were in an uproar. What an outstanding generation. Is this the person who will take over the branch in the future? His strength is really strong. Young Master Li is so handsome, I want to marry him. Gao Jian smiled and invited young Master Li off the stage. Li Chongqing was a little curious. Didn't Gao Jian try every means to accept him as a disciple? Why did he feel so cold towards him today? The people at the side shouted, "Next, Jiyu." Dai Shue's hand nervously clenched. Jiyu patted her hand and smiled. He walked in front of the testing stone. Seeing that Jiyu really came, Gao Jian thought that he really came to get experience. His talent was good, but his grade was still too low. Little friend Ji doesn't need to be tested, he directly passed. Gao Jian's words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone on the scene shouted out their objections. Based on what? That's right, based on what can he be exempted from the test? Jiyu didn't refute, but gently placed his hand on the testing stone. Suddenly, the testing stone bloomed with a 7-colored halo. What? 5 attribute armament master. Heavens, isn't this something that only exists in legends? This is really too inconceivable. There were differing opinions, but those who were screaming to marry Li Chongqing just now all changed their tune and shouted to marry Jiyu. Gao Jian said, "This is the reason why little friend Ji doesn't need to be tested." Li Chongqing's eyes locked onto Jiyu's black clothes, only to see that there was no badge on it. Only those who had been recognized by the Armament Masters Guild could be exempted from the test. This guy doesn't have a grade. Haha, even if you're a genius, you're not my opponent. Li Chongqing said seriously, "Brother Ji is really good, but we take priority here. Why don't you make a bet with me?" Jiyu wondered if this guy was an idiot. "What do you want to bet on?" "If I win, you are not allowed to approach Miss Dai in the future." Ever since they found out that an artifact refining expert had come to the Dai clan, all the artifact refining geniuses in the city had set their sights on Dai Shui. Not to mention that he could build a relationship with an expert. Just based on Dai Shue's red lips, white skin, and that wonderful figure of hers that occasionally liked to dress up as a man. It was enough to make these young masters go crazy. However, in the past, the family had looked down on this girl. Even if they had such thoughts in their hearts, they would not be allowed to do so. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to get close to her. "If you lose, what will you do?" When Li Chongqing heard Jiyu's question, he almost laughed himself to death. "This young master is the city's #1 young refiner, how could I lose to you? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me." Jiyu's lips curled into a smile. "You said it yourself. If you lose, the entire Li family will become servants of the Dai family." When Li Chongqing heard this, he was so angry that he almost made a move. But because of the rules, he couldn't make a move. "Okay, if you lose, you will be my slave for the rest of your life." Jiyu only felt that the other party was childish. Gao Jian was afraid that the atmosphere would continue to worsen, so he immediately stood up and said, "Everyone, in this selection, we will give each refiner badge according to your results. Let's see how strong you are. We chose the treasure refined by the refiner master, Gudu Tsongyun, the 7 orifices exquisite pagoda. We don't ask you to be 100% accurate. As long as you are the closest to the original, you will be the winner. One by one, the fires in the furnaces lit up after the call to start. The first process of refining was to forge the iron. Everyone began to smash the iron. Ji Yu took a step forward and hammered the dark steel provided by the Craftsman Guild. Ding! The host has hit the black iron, triggering 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully comprehended the Gale Hammer. Gale Hammer, Ji Yu shouted in a low voice, and his whole arm exploded. With each hit, the entire floor, which was reinforced with Shen energy, gradually sank. Everyone present was shocked by the shaking of the floor and woke up. This is the strongest iron forging technique this old man has seen in so many years. It's rare to see in 1,000 years. God has mercy on my Feng City. Genius, no. Genius is not enough to describe him. This is a monster, a monster. Looking at it, Ji Yu seemed to be invisible. Everyone only saw that the black iron in front of him was becoming more and more delicate. Next was to remove the impurities. Ji Yu released the purple flame in the small jade bottle. Together with Ji Yu's Shen energy, the flame eroded the black iron in an instant. All the impurities in it were removed. Such an exquisite removal technique, this old man has lived for so many years in vain. Sigh, I wanted to accept little friend Ji as my disciple. It was this old man, no, I was too arrogant. If only little friend Ji could teach me a thing or two. Ji Yu closed his eyes, and the precious weapon in front of him gradually took shape in the raging fire. Next, the precious weapon could be considered a great success. It was a pity that it lacked a process. That was the formation. Everyone felt that they would not see the reappearance of the 7 orifices exquisite pagoda today. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu suddenly shouted. Snake-like runes gradually gathered on top of the pagoda. A dazzling light filled the entire hall. It made everyone unable to open their eyes. Everyone understood that the guest invited by the Dai family was none other than the young man in front of them who was not even 18 years old. God, what was wrong with this world? Why was it so crazy? The light gradually dimmed, and the rest of the people stopped. Yes, there was such a monster here. What was there to compete? What's there to compete? They should all go home directly. Gao Jian announced the result. The people from the 4 families were about to leave, but Ji Yu suddenly asked, when did the Li family join the Dai family? Li Changqing suddenly turned his head. Ji Yu, I advise you to leave some leeway in front of others so that we can meet again in the future. My master is an elder in the headquarters, and his strength has reached the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. If he comes, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? The aristocratic families and some independent blacksmiths despised Li Changqing in their hearts. He was the one who made the bet, but not only did he go back on his words, he even threatened others. No matter who it was, their disdain for Li Changqing had reached the peak. Ji Yu chuckled and suddenly swung her hand, and one of Li Changqing's arms flew out. Blood flowed continuously. Go back. If the Li family does not return in 3 days, we will exterminate them. Chapter 518. Ji Yu walked out with Dai Shui without looking back. The people of the Weapon Craftsman Guild did not even look at the former genius Li Changqing. Instead, they chased after Ji Yu. Gao Jian followed Ji Yu back to the Dai mansion. Ji Yu looked at him curiously. What's the matter, President Gao? Gao Jian glanced at the person beside him. That person immediately took out a 4th-grade weapon craftsman badge. Ji Yu had been constantly making weapons for the Dai family to auction. Her strength had already reached the 4th-grade lower-level weapon craftsman. Through a series of techniques, she was actually equivalent to a 5th-grade middle-level weapon craftsman. However, he kept a low profile and did not say anything. After taking the things, President Gao and the others did not intend to leave. Ji Yu looked at them in confusion. What else does President Gao want? Gao Jian smiled awkwardly. Little friend G, no, Mr. G, I wonder if you can accept us as your disciples? This. Mr. G, please rest assured. We will definitely learn well and obey Mr.'s orders. All right then. When everyone heard this, they were so excited that they all knelt down and kowtowed. We pay our respects to teacher. After a few days, Jiyu was about to set off for the capital of the Azure Steel Empire, Azure Steel City. All the weapon craftsmen of the 7 empires packed their luggage and set off for Azure Steel City. Before leaving, Dai Shui reluctantly called Jiyu and suddenly bit his arm. I know you don't like me, but I want you to always remember me. When you see this scar, you will remember me. After saying that, Dai Shui ran into the Dai mansion without looking back. The journey was quite smooth. Finally, they arrived at the Azure Steel City. As soon as they entered the city, Jiyu only felt 3 spiritual powers sweep over her body. The Weapon Craftsman Convention could be said to be one of the most important ceremonies in the Azure Steel Empire. Therefore, there were 3 great experts in the city. Gudu Yun of the Gudu family, Xiao Ran of the Xiao family, Daoist Feng Yun and the other 2 first-level Spirit Profound Realm experts were all here. They were monitoring every single person who entered and exited Qinggang City. Jiyu was stronger than the 3 of them, so when they saw that Jiyu was just an ordinary person, they didn't pay much attention to her. Together with Jiyu was the genius of the Li family of Feng City, Li Chongqing. He dragged his broken arm and knelt in front of an old man. Master, you must seek justice for your disciple. Your disciple's arm was crippled. The old man's expression turned ferocious. What? Someone actually dares to hurt my disciple? He slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. Now that Li Chongqing had lost an arm, he would be a cripple in the future. He would not care much for a cripple, but this cripple was his disciple before he was crippled. Now that he was in such a state, wasn't it a slap to his face? Preposterous. Where is this person now? Li Chongqing cried out, reporting to Master, this person has already arrived at Qinggang City. Her name is Jiyu. Men. Here. Take your junior brother away and have a good rest. Yes, Master. The old man brought 7 or 8 people to the Iron Armor Hotel. Who called Jiyu? Get out here now and I'll leave your corpse intact. The aura of a Tongxian expert suppressed everyone present. Jiyu had just arrived and found the Iron Armor Hotel. This was the place where all the blacksmiths would stay temporarily. You're so noisy. Get lost. Jiyu's voice drifted over. The old man immediately found Jiyu's location. He opened and closed his hand, and a huge iron hammer appeared. The iron hammer struck forward heavily. It was as if the air was about to shatter. The door of the hotel flew out, and the surrounding tables and chairs were in a terrible state. The blacksmiths who were originally in the hotel ran out of the room, but they were also affected. A Tongxian expert's essence, qi, and spirit were in one. His earth energy was extremely domineering. Jiyu's figure slowly walked out of the room. I gave you a chance. Get lost. The old man still wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly felt his body become light and flew into the air. What followed was a torrential barrage of attacks. The old man could not understand. His Tongxian aura could withstand his master's attacks for a period of time. Why did he feel like he was floating? The cloud extinction fist technique was extremely fast and domineering. In the blink of an eye, the old man's aura that could withstand thousands of soldiers and horses had disappeared. All the acupoints on his body were sealed. There was no hope for him to cultivate anymore. Jiyu's eyes widened as he prepared to deal the killing blow. Suddenly, a very anxious voice sounded. Young friend, please wait. However, Jiyu still attacked directly. The old man immediately exploded and died. How dare you kill my disciple? In an instant, the voice became extremely manic. It was as if someone had taken away something precious. Die. Thousands of flying swords flew over. The people who were watching the battle outside shouted in unison. It's Taoist Master Feng Yun. That's right, it's Daoist Feng Yun. Oh my god, who is that person? He actually made Daoist Feng Yun attack. Daoist Feng Yun was also sullen. He had sensed that something was wrong and rushed over as fast as he could. However, he did not expect that his disciple would be beaten to death in front of him. There was nothing he could do. If he did not kill this person today, how could he, Daoist Fengyun, live in this world with the face? Go to hell. Myriad induction sword technique. In an instant, the world changed color as if it was shrouded by the sword light. Killing intent was everywhere. It was as if as long as Daoist Fengyun willed it, a river of blood would flow. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and the oppressive dark clouds seemed to have disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Everyone looked at the Iron Armor Hotel. It turned out that the black-clothed young man who had been motionless just now had swung his sword. Daoist Fengyun was also stunned. He had never seen anyone who could neutralize his sword technique, except for the other two old men who were on par with him. However, this person looked so young. Ji Yu said indifferently, "You don't have to leave." What? The people present wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The black-clothed young man in front of them actually told Daoist Fengyun that he did not have to leave. Who do you think he is? Is he your toy? Are you the one who can leave and stay just because you want others to? The other party is one of the 3 national guardians of the Azure Steel Empire, Daoist Fengyun. They suspected that either they had gone mad, or Ji Yu had gone mad. However, Ji Yu then told them that it was not them who had gone crazy, but the world that had gone crazy. Ji Yu displayed a set of sword moves in an elegant manner. Ding! The host has used the 3rd style of the brilliant sun in the sky. The 3rd style of the brilliant sun in the sky has obtained 999 times the experience. Chapter 519. Daoist Fengyun's eyes widened. With a slash of the broken sword, the chi aura around his body was shattered. Even his spiritual power had been greatly damaged. Blood gradually flowed down from the corner of his mouth. An expert at the 1st level of the Spirit Profound realm was actually injured to this extent by a single profound skill. This was simply unheard of. At this moment, 2 enormous waves of mental strength swept towards this small inn. Although Ji Yu was not afraid of trouble, she did not want to affect her next plan. "I'll stop playing with you here today." Ji Yu and Xiao Ji Yu looked at each other. Just as she was about to hug Xiao Ji Yu, she suddenly turned around. Several of Daoist Fengyun's disciples had just given him healing pills. Seeing Ji Yu return, Ji Yu was simply too terrifying, to the point that his few disciples were afraid of her. "What do you want to do?" Ji Yu did not reply. She directly passed by the 2 of them and arrived in front of Daoist Fengyun. Daoist Fengyun was still recuperating with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly mobilized the profound strength in his body. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu smiled and suddenly punched him. Immediately, Daoist Fengyun flew out and heavily crashed into the wall. He fell to the ground and more than half of the profound strength in his body had dissipated. Seeing that their goal was achieved, Ji Yu and Xiao Ji Yu turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Gudu Tsungyun and Xiao Ran only arrived after Ji Yu left. The 2 of them looked at each other. "Daoist Fengyun, how are your injuries?" Daoist Fengyun dryly laughed twice. "Everything is fine. There's no need for the 2 of you to worry." Gudu Tsungyun chuckled and placed his hand on his shoulder. It would have been better if he did not check. Once he did, he almost jumped in fright. Daoist Fengyun's strength had actually fallen to the defensive profound realm. Wasn't this the same as his disciple? He wanted to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After seeing the situation clearly, Gudu Tsungyun looked at Xiao Ran and shook his head. Xiao Ran immediately understood. After letting out a sigh, he said to Daoist Fengyun, "I have some pills here. Mr. Fengyun, please don't stand on ceremony and accept them." After saying that, he left with Gudu Tsungyun. Looking at the pill in his hand, Daoist Fengyun came to a realization. In the future, he would be excluded from the ranks of the top 3 experts. In fact, he would be reduced to an ordinary person. The disciples saw Gudu Tsungyun's expression. He immediately understood. "Master, us martial brothers have discussed for a while and decided to go out and make a name for ourselves so that we can bring glory to Master," one of the disciples said loudly. The rest of the disciples also agreed. The pitiful Daoist wind cloud was still injured and left here all alone. When he returned to his own mansion, all the servants in the mansion left in a hubbub, and many of his treasures were stolen. The more Fengyun Daoist thought about it, the angrier he got. He rushed into Li Chongqing's room. When he came out again, the artifact was covered in blood. The matter of Daoist Fengyun being crippled attracted great attention from the royal family of the Azure Steel Empire. He ordered Great General Gudu Tsongyun to lead his elite troops to guard the streets. He would definitely not let anyone suspicious enter Azure Steel City. Jiyu produced a pile of artifact again. The people sent by Master Dai entered Azure Steel City with hundreds of empty boxes. The residents in the city were attracted by this grand ceremony. They all walked out of their houses to watch. Hey, who are these people? I heard that they are people from Feng City. People from Feng City? How capable can they be? Ha ha ha, that's right. From the looks of it, they are from the Craftsman Guild. I guess they want to open a shop here. Wishful thinking. After this group of people entered the city, they didn't open the shop immediately. Instead, they entered a mansion at the corner. In reality, Jiyu and Xiao Jiyu had circled in the air for a while before landing back on the ground. A relative of the royal family originally lived here. When Jiyu came and said that she wanted to buy this place, he felt that Jiyu was an idiot. But when Jiyu threw out 5 bags of gold coins from her storage ring, his expression changed. This place quickly passed into Jiyu's hands. Jiyu said to the Dai family's housekeeper, "Just modify it according to Feng City's model. There are artifacts that I made during this time in the house next door. Sell them at a lower price. Use the fastest speed to occupy the entire market." The housekeeper admired Jiyu to the extreme. Yes. The next day, in the artifact market, there were all the best artifacts that could be produced in the 7 great empires. Of course, this didn't include Jiyu's artifacts. The Dai family quickly set up a branch here. People from all over the world came to snatch them. It was as if these artifacts didn't cost money. The craftsman families from the 7 great empires and the scattered people were very curious. When did the Dai family have so many craftsmen? Furthermore, the artifacts produced by these artifact refiners were much more outstanding than theirs. In the Xiao family, Xiao Ran sat on the main seat. Below him sat 12 inferior 4th-grade craftsmen. Each of them was at the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. The Qinggang Empire hasn't been peaceful recently. As he threw out a brick to attract jade, the people below the stage agreed in unison. I think the Dai family is a piece of fat pork. We have to swallow it as soon as possible. The Gudu family. The Dai family. Interesting. Pass my order to invite the head of the Dai family to a banquet. The Huang family from the Lingbao Empire. Send my invitation to the head of the Dai family. Looking at the mountain of invitations on the table, Jiyu smiled faintly. The Dai family's housekeeper asked, "Ji Gongzi, what should we do now?" "Help me send invitations to all of them and invite them to the Baoyu Tower." The Baoyu Tower was the largest restaurant in the Qinggang Empire. It was said that only the nobles and some wealthy families could go there to spend money. The masters of the various families heard that Jiyu was holding a banquet in such a place. They became even more vigilant. The next night, countless people came, and they all had worries on their faces. When all of them arrived, Jiyu changed into a green robe and slowly walked down from the number 1 room in heaven. Jiyu said faintly, "Hello, masters of the craftsman families. I'm Jiyu. Greetings, Ji Gongzi. Greetings, Ji Gongzi." Jiyu continued, "The reason why I invited all of you here today is not for anything else but because I feel that there are too many shops selling treasures on the streets. We should organize them. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more precious it is." Chapter 520. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Integration? Everyone was in an uproar. This wasn't an integration at all. She was going to swallow all of them up. Xiao Ran might be the head of the Xiao clan, but as the ancestor of the Xiao clan, he wouldn't attend such an event. Xiao Yi, who was seen as the future successor, stood up. Integrate us. Ji Gongzi is too arrogant. The Huang clan also said, that's right. If Ji Gongzi is only going to say such empty words, then please forgive us for taking our leave. The people from the Gudu clan didn't say anything. They just sat in front of the table and watched everything quietly. Everyone started to talk at once. Ji Yu said calmly, my plan is to gather all the blacksmiths in the shops and forge artifacts individually. We will also give them a certain title. In the future, only the shops that we approve can sell artifacts to the public. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. She wasn't just snatching their shops. She was also snatching the position of the blacksmith guild. When everyone thought of this, they all gasped. Ji Yu said calmly, whether you agree or not, it's all up to you. Some of the aristocratic families saw the benefits and didn't say anything. The people from the Gudu clan and Xiao clan looked at each other. The blacksmith guild will always be controlled by the royal family. Now that you are doing something that is beyond the control of the blacksmith guild, no one will be able to control you in the future. Ji Yu smiled. Blacksmiths still need the badge of the blacksmith guild, right? No. All of a sudden, a woman said softly. Everyone looked in the direction of the lady. When they saw her, they all cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings to Princess Qingyu. Princess Qingyu was like a goddess from the snowy mountains. She was unreachable. Young General Gudu has already stated the dangers. If anyone agrees, they will be going against the royal family. Many aristocratic families agreed with Princess Qingyu's words. However, there were also many who sneered. If it wasn't for the three experts, the royal family would have long ceased to exist. The current royal family didn't have much power. Ji Yu knew about this and came to Princess Qingyu. Princess, can we have a chat in the side hall? When they entered the room, Princess Qingyu accidentally stepped on her skirt. Ji Yu immediately grabbed Princess Qingyu's hand and pulled her into his embrace before closing the door. Princess Qingyu had never been so close to a man before. What a warm feeling. Aya, what am I thinking? Princess Qingyu's face reddened as she pushed Ji Yu away. She jumped 2 steps back like a little rabbit. You rogue. Do you know that just because you treated this princess like that earlier, this princess can sentence you to death? Ji Yu smiled and said, Princess, not to mention that no one in the Qinggang Empire can kill me, even if you kill me, you won't be able to reverse the decline of the royal family. Seeing Ji Yu immediately hit the royal family's sore spot. How do you know? Before I came here, I heard that the 5th princess is the most talented person in the entire Qinggang Empire. Even so, she's only at LV1 of the Tongxian realm. General Gudu has already reached the peak of LV1 of the Spirit Profound realm, right? The Xiao family is Empress Dowager Xiao's relative. Chapter 521. So what? Princess Qingyu frowned. Every word Ji Yu said was a sore spot for the royal family. And the root of all this is the blacksmith guild. As long as the royal family cooperates with me, the royal family will be able to control all the blacksmiths in the country. In other words, you can become my honorary president. Princess Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. But how do I know if you will become the next blacksmith guild? Princess Qingyu had unknowingly become me. Of course not. I will not stay in the Azure Steel Empire forever. After hearing this, Princess Qingyu understood. The purpose of the royal family's existence was to be Ji Yu's spokesperson in the Azure Steel Empire. How dare you scheme against the royal family? Your Highness, if you are not willing, I will still do it. But when that time comes, you will have nothing. With that, Ji Yu released the aura of a Spirit Profound realm expert. Even the aristocratic families outside the door felt this inexplicable pressure. They lowered their heads. A Spirit Profound realm expert was someone that no one in the Profound Enlightenment realm could compare to. I got it. Ji Yu reached out and patted Princess Qingyu's head. This means that our cooperation has come to an agreement. Princess Qingyu froze for a moment. At the same time, her heart was filled with warmth. She had never felt such warmth in the Wang family. Furthermore, her brothers had always wanted to get rid of her. Ji and Princess Qingyu walked out of the door. Qingyu said, "In the future, the royal family will officially cooperate with the Dai family's esteemed guest hall." Everyone's chopsticks fell to the table. "Big sister, you were the one who said that you wanted to reject. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" The young masters of the Huang family, Gudu family, and Xiao family gritted their teeth as they looked at Ji. This was because they saw a different feeling in Princess Qingyue's eyes when she looked at Ji. Apart from these three families, the rest of the families followed the royal family and joined Ji's plan. The next day, many shops closed. The business of the three families increased greatly. On the third day, all the aristocratic families were anxious and came to find Ji one after another. Ji told them to spread the news that there would be a peak grade 2 artifact being auctioned in 3 days. Furthermore, the entrance fee was 500,000 gold coins. Many aristocratic families were shocked. 500,000 gold coins, how many pills could he buy with that amount of money? However, a peak second grade artifact was an extremely rare artifact. The wealthy families signed up one after another. In order to save money, they didn't buy any artifacts from the three families. All of a sudden, the three families didn't have any business for 3 days. The fourth day, the auction officially began. Ji had designated everyone's position. There were also some vendors who were selling uncertified goods at the side. All the aristocratic families took out their own products for auction. On this continent, there were battles happening every day. Every day, people would die. Every day, there would be people in need of treasures. No one bought anything for 3 days. Furthermore, all the aristocratic families took out their best treasures this time. After deducting the amount given to Ji, there was still a lot of gold coins left. In the end, when Ji's peak grade 2 artifact appeared, all the aristocratic families went crazy. The price of the artifact was several million gold coins. Ji counted today's earnings and sent a portion to the royal family. The Huang family, the Gudu family, and the Xiao family. Under the control of Ji's aristocratic hall, their business plummeted. The three families joined forces. When Gudu Tsongyun heard the report, he stroked his beard. "Our Gudu family only has 30% of our business left. Our Xiao family is even worse. We only have 20% of our business left." Elder Huang stroked his beard. "Although our Huang family doesn't have much business in the Azure Steel Empire and isn't affected, if this continues," Gudu Tsongyun said indifferently, "we shouldn't let the aristocratic hall continue to be so arrogant. However, Ji's strength might not be below the two of us. I heard from the younger generation that Ji's strength is close to that of us old men." "That's right." Elder Huang stood up and said with disdain. "This old man has just stepped into the spirit profound realm. With the three of us joining forces, even if he is a spirit profound realm expert, so what? With us joining forces, he is not our match." After he finished speaking, early the next morning, the door of the aristocratic hall slowly opened. The waiters walked out from inside. Recently, since they had accepted this job, their days had been getting better day by day. And all of this was brought to them by Ji. Just as they put the door to the side, many people suddenly walked out of the door. When the waiters saw these people, they felt that they were not simple. These people pulled up their sleeves. "Brothers, from today onwards, we will take over." Chapter 522. When the waiter heard that these people were here to cause trouble, he immediately stepped forward and said, "This is Ji. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite." "Ha ha ha, you want to fight with us?" That person waved his hand. Suddenly, a few people beside him immediately rushed forward. The waiter was just an ordinary person. How could he be a match for them? After a few exchanges, his face was already bruised and swollen. The waiter shouted loudly, "Someone is here to cause trouble. Someone is here to cause trouble." The people in the aristocratic hall all walked out. That person said indifferently, "You heard it. I am Gudu Tsongyun's grandson. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scram." A brother of the aristocratic hall said, "If it wasn't for Ji Gongzi, how could we live such good lives? Brothers, let's attack together." Even if they were not a match for him, they were determined to protect the aristocratic hall. Jiyu opened his eyes and walked down from upstairs. He was like lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of everyone. The few troublemakers in front of him were all sent flying. Gudu Tsungyun's grandson saw that Jiyu was actually so strong. With one strike, he sent several people flying. His heart couldn't help but thump. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't mess around. My grandfather is Gudu Tsungyun. He is the great general of the Azure Steel Empire. Jiyu sneered. Behind him, Xiao Jiyu also had a cold expression. With a crisp crack, Gudu Tsungyun's grandson was sent flying from one of his arms. Jiyu quickly lashed out with a kick, landing on the opponent's leg. Another leg was sent flying by Jiyu's kick. Gudu Tsungyun's grandson fell to the ground and let out a wail. Ah, help! He rolled on the ground, howling in pain like a dog. Still not scramming. Gudu Tsungyun's servants carried the young master and returned to the Gudu residence. Is what you said true? Gudu Tsungyun asked the servants. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, the young master was beaten to this state by Jiyu. Master Huang and Xiao Ran both stood up from their seats. Looks like this kid's strength isn't ordinary. Gudu Tsungyun said, this child is a threat to the existence of our Qinggang Empire. If we allow him to continue growing like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. Old Master Huang said, isn't the blacksmith conference in a few days? This kid is definitely an artifact refiner. We can wait until the time comes to tamper with it. How? Gudu Tsungyun asked. His own grandson was crippled, so how could he not be angry? If we tamper with the materials, wouldn't this Jiyu be? Ha ha ha. That makes sense, that makes sense. When he is at his weakest, we will send assassins to kill him. Exactly. A few more days passed. The grandest refiner assembly of the Qinggang Empire officially opened. Many of the leaders of the scattered forces participated in the competition, waiting for the winners of the Weapon Craftsman Conference or the birth of some geniuses. After the president of the Blacksmith Guild shouted, "Begin," Jiyu and a group of people who came to participate in the competition walked up to the ring one after another. Flames of various colors burned fiercely in the ring in an instant. Only Jiyu and an old man had yet to make a move. The people of the major forces in the crowd began to discuss. An old man in his 60s is actually participating in the competition with a group of young people. It's simply a joke. Isn't this bullying? That's right, that's right. Shameless. At this moment, the old man began to work and quickly struck the iron. Soon, the iron in front of him was refined to the size of a finger. He actually has such an iron refining technique. It's really amazing. Look at the clothes on his body. Yes, there's a badge on his clothes. He's a 5th grade artifact refiner, the same level as the president of the Blacksmith Guild. Jiyu also began to work at the same time. Soon, the 2 pieces of black iron were burned to the size of a chopstick in a short period of time. A piece of black iron that was even bigger than a table. He actually refined until there were only 2 chopsticks left. Look, only a 5th grade artifact refiner can do this. Even if there's a special training method, it's impossible to turn such a strong piece of black iron into a chopstick. In the entire southern region, I'm afraid no one can surpass him, right? The black iron in Jiyu's hand emitted a dazzling light. Soon, a 4th grade artifact was born. A 4th grade artifact also appeared in the old man's hand. However, when comparing the two, the artifact in Jiyu's hand was clearly much stronger than the old man's. Suddenly, Jiyu realized that there was a profound energy fluctuation on the artifact that did not belong to her. Jiyu took a step back. The peak of the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm suddenly covered her body. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Suddenly, the artifact in Jiyu's hand exploded. Everyone present looked in Jiyu's direction. When the smoke dispersed, Jiyu was actually unscathed. On the other hand, his opponents were all affected. The artifacts in their hands exploded one after another. Chapter 523. The old man, who had been called worthless by everyone, was standing at the side and was not affected. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, the champion is mine. The president of the Blacksmith Guild also walked out. He announced to the crowd, because Jiyu's artifact exploded, the artifacts of the others also exploded. Only Xiao Feng's artifact is still intact. I declare the winner of this competition. Jiyu stood out. Wait. The president of the Blacksmith Guild, Xiao Buyu, was an elder of the Xiao family. Jiyu's aristocratic hall had seriously infringed on the interests of the Blacksmith Guild. In addition, Jiyu had embarrassed the younger generation of the Xiao family at the banquet. A dignified man was actually defecating in this kind of situation. If this spread out, the younger generation of the Xiao family would be laughed at. Thinking of this, Xiao Buyu said, haha, there is only one incense's time left. No matter what, you can't turn it around. Jiyu said indifferently, as long as the time is not up, we won't be considered to have lost. Ridiculous. If you don't believe me, you can ask the audience. Everyone shouted in unison. I support it too. Yeah, if the time is not up, how can it be counted as the winner? It seems that the Blacksmith Guild is also going to decline. Xiao Buyu's lips curled into a cold smile when he heard everyone's words. They had originally planned to use the championship to scheme against Jiyu. If they wanted to court death, would they drag him down with them? Xiao Buyu pretended to be generous and waved his hand. Good, since everyone is saying so, this old man will see what little friend Jiyu can do. After saying that, Jiyu took a step forward. Suddenly, the purple flame in her hand flourished. She injected her Xian energy into the purple flame. The flame was like a fierce dragon that quickly devoured the black iron in front of it. Immediately after, the flame in Jiyu's hand, when removing the impurities, actually turned the black iron into the shape of a pagoda. Jiyu covered the artifact with her Xian energy. On top of the black iron chopsticks, there was an array formation. It's actually a rank 5 prized artifact, one rank higher than the one before. This is unbelievable. That's right. We don't even dare to imagine such a treasure. Xiao Buyu's face darkened. This old man announces that this year's champion is. Wait. Gudu Tsongyun, Xiao Ran, and Old Master Huang walked onto the stage at the same time. Xiao Buyu's lips curled into a faint smile. This man has threatened the Blacksmith Guild and even bewitched the royal family. He should be executed. Gudu Tsongyun shouted righteously. Over 100 armored soldiers walked out from the two sides. Clearly, they were all at Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Jiyu said indifferently, "What do you want?" Old Master Huang snickered. The explosion of the artifact earlier must have injured you. In addition to the forging of the 4th and 5th grade artifacts, you don't have much profound energy left, right? Ding. Host has used Xian energy. Martial arts cultivation has gained 999 times the experience. Ding. Congratulations host, martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Just now, Jiyu used less than half of her Xian energy. In a short moment, she broke through from the peak of the Spirit Profound Realm to the 4th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Jiyu smiled faintly. What do you want? Old Master Huang stroked his beard. As long as you obediently hand over the aristocratic hall, this matter will be settled. No. Gudu Tsongyun said with a sinister expression, you crippled my grandson. If you cripple your own legs today, this matter will be settled. Are you daydreaming? Jiyu's tone was cold. Gudu Tsongyun laughed. Then don't blame this old man for helping you. A few golden armored soldiers flashed onto the stage. The warrior below the ring extended his long spear and walked up the ring step by step. Xiao Ran smiled. As expected of the 12 golden armored knights and the 100 war cavalry. Old Master Huang praised from the side. Gudu Tsongyun's 12 golden generals are indeed extraordinary. The leader of the 12 golden armored soldiers shouted, Jiyu, obediently come out and accept your death. Jiyu sneered. Her figure flashed and disappeared from her original spot. He shuttled through the 12 golden armored warriors and landed punch after punch on their stomachs. Ding. Host has used Cloud Extinction Fist Art. Cloud Extinction Fist Art has obtained 999 times experience. The 12 golden armored soldiers were still imposing just now. At this moment, the chi aura on their bodies was shattered. Even their armor was shattered. The surrounding spectators were all shouting in their hearts that they deserved it. As the upper echelon of the Azure Steel Empire, they actually dared to steal someone else's aristocratic hall. Now that they were beaten to death, they deserved it. The hundreds of war cavalry quickened their pace. Even experts at the first level of the Spirit Profound Realm would not be able to break through their encirclement. Jiyu directly jumped up and waved her fists 10 times. She used her Xian skill again. Rows of war cavalry flew out like kites. Too shocking. This scene was really too shocking. Hundreds of elite soldiers were not Jiyu's match. The remaining few people took a step forward one after another. Now, their hands were sweating like rain. They did not know what to do. Burning wave blade technique. Countless blade lights directly cut through the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The war cavalry fell one after another. Gudu Tsongyun clenched his fist. How dare you? My Azure Steel Empire's most elite soldiers all died in your hands. Give me your life. Old Master Huang shouted, Old Master Gudu, our drunken Moon Empire will definitely not leave this matter alone. Jiyu, hand over your life. Xiao Ran said heavily, you bewitched the royal family. You deserve to die. The 3 of them moved forward at the same time. Drunken life. Gale blade technique. Griffin Fist. The 3 of them directly used their most famous Xian skill. The surrounding boulders turned into powder in a short moment. Everyone sighed. Looks like my Azure Steel Empire's rarely seen expert in 10,000 years is going to die here. An elder of the blacksmith guild sighed regretfully. The remaining blacksmiths all had strange thoughts. Boom. A huge explosion rang out in the small arena. After the smoke dispersed, Jiyu's figure did not appear here. He was actually beaten to the point where not even a speck of dust was left. Looks like there's not even a speck of dust left. What a pity. A genius is gone just like that. Everyone's face showed a trace of pity. Master Huang, Xiao Ran, and Gudu Tsongyun all laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Jiyu brat, did you see that? This old man has avenged you. Go and receive the aristocratic hall immediately. Chapter 524. You want to leave just like that? Jiyu's voice came from the sky. He grabbed Xiaogu's hand with one hand. A faint smile appeared on his face. He threw out the long saber in his hand. It turned into thousands of saber lights and arrived in front of the 3 in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ran rushed out and shouted, Lion Eagle Fist. The Xian energy in Xiao Ran's hand was like a fierce lion, like an eagle flying in the sky, rushing towards Jiyu's direction. However, the burning wave saber technique was a Xian level technique. A few saber lights slashed the lion. The lion only let out a cry and turned into flowing light. The remaining power of the burning wave saber technique arrived in the blink of an eye. The protective aura around Xiao Ran's body actually shattered in a short moment. 3 saber wounds landed on his body. Fresh blood flowed down in an instant. Jiyu landed on the ground and said coldly to him, the Xiao family will cease to exist from now on. Xiao Buyu rushed in front of Xiao Ran with a look of disbelief. He hugged Xiao Ran in front of him. Big brother, nothing can happen to you. Xiao Ran was the backbone of the Xiao family. If he died, the Xiao family would be reduced to a second-rate family. For the Xiao family, you can't die. Xiao Ran struggled to stand up. Jiyu said indifferently, I said before, the Xiao family will cease to exist. After saying that, Jiyu punched Xiao Buyu's body. Xiao Buyu let out a cry of pain. Ah! Xiao Ran watched as the strongest person in the Xiao family besides him was killed by Jiyu with one punch. He knew clearly that the Xiao family was finished. He panicked and spat out blood. Old Master Huang and Gudu Tsongyun quickly moved forward. Brother Gudu, if we join hands, we might have a way out. If we don't, then we, as soon as his voice faded away. The 2 of them stood on the left and right of Jiyu. They quickly swung their fists. They all gathered their profound energy together, hoping to use this method to quickly kill Ji Yu. Ji Yu only took one step, but it was as if she had walked thousands of miles. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Old Master Huang and Gudu Tsongyun's fists collided. At this moment, a huge wave of profound energy rumbled. Gudu Tsongyun and Old Master Huang had used all their strength in this attack. The two of them fell into a pool of blood, one on the left and one on the right. Ji Yu took a step forward and looked at the two of them. The two of them only felt that they didn't have the slightest bit of profound energy in their bodies at this moment. Obviously, the tendons and veins in his hands and feet had all been severed. Ji Yu glanced at Old Master Huang and smiled. "Don't worry, you won't die yet." Old Master Huang heaved a sigh of relief. He walked in front of Gudu Tsongyun and lifted him up by the neck. Right at this moment, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly sounded. "Hold on." Ji Yu turned around. Princess Qingyu had brought thousands of soldiers to the blacksmith guild. Princess Qingyu said anxiously, "Ji Yu, don't do anything." Ji Yu said calmly, "He wanted to kill me just now. The Gudu family is the general of our Green Steel Empire. Don't do anything." "Okay." After Ji Yu said that, she exerted force in her hand. Gudu Tsongyun, who was in Ji Yu's hand, let out a cry and lost his life. Princess Qingyu seemed to tremble. She didn't expect Ji Yu to kill the general of their Green Steel Empire just like that. Daoist Feng Yun was crippled. The two heroes of the Xiao family were killed. Gudu Tsongyun and the Golden Armor Army were completely annihilated. The Green Steel Empire no longer had the strength to resist. Princess Qingyu sat on the ground. She didn't look as cold as before. Ji Yu walked in front of her and gently pulled her up. "You are different. You are working with me. I won't kill you." Princess Qingyu smiled. There was no hope for the Green Steel Empire now. Now that Ji Yu said that everything would be the same as before, she instantly heaved a sigh of relief. She said to Ji Yu, "Since that's the case, I will have to thank Ji Gongzi for taking care of me." Ji Yu nodded. Just now, the Gudu family and the Xiao family secretly colluded with foreign envoys to overthrow the Green Steel Empire. I wonder who is the champion of the blacksmith competition. Of course, it's young master. Princess Qingyu asked the elders of the blacksmith guild to take out a green wooden box. Several elders of the craftsman guild awkwardly said, "That, young master Ji, this is a secret that has been guarded by our Qinggang Empire Craftsman Guild for generations. We hope that you can return it to us after a year of studying it." Ji Yu nodded doubtfully. The elders trembled as they said, "But if Ji Gongzi likes it, you can take it and study it." Ji Yu took out the piece of paper from the wooden box. The power instantly entered Ji Yu's body. A portion of the power also entered the soul rope and was received by the remnant soul. Ji Yu could feel that the remnant soul's power had recovered slightly. Ji Yu casually threw the wooden box to the elders. "This thing is useless to me." At the same time, the piece of paper in Ji Yu's hand gradually woke up. It seemed to be reflecting a place. But she didn't know where it was. Ji Yu sensed that there were alchemists and blacksmiths. There was such a mysterious power in these two unions. But she hadn't heard of any guilds in other empires. Ji Yu asked someone to bring Old Master Huang to the underground prison of the aristocratic hall. Old Master Huang said weakly, "Young friend Ji, I beg you, let me go." Ji Yu took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. She took out a piece of cloth and asked Old Master Huang, "Have you seen this thing before?" "A long time ago, it was kept by the royal family of the Drunken Moon Empire. But ever since the rebellion, it disappeared." There had been a rebellion in the Drunken Moon Empire, but it was overthrown by the great general of the current dynasty. The current ruler of the royal family was the great general of that time. It was said that after he rushed into the palace, the first thing he did was to clear out the entire royal family of the Drunken Moon Empire. Ji Yu nodded. Seeing that Ji Yu was about to leave, Old Master Huang wailed, "Ji Gongzi, can you let me go?" Ji Yu sneered. She didn't want to dirty her hands by killing him. After Ji Yu left, the waiter and the others in the shop came out with sinister expressions. Their fists were like a storm. After packing up, Ji Yu was about to leave the Qinggang Empire. Dai Shui looked at Ji Yu reluctantly. Will you come back? Yes. Dai Shui hugged Ji-yu. Ji-yu sat on the carriage and slowly left the city. Princess Qingyu stood on the city walls and clenched her fists. Ji-yu, the next time you come, I will kill you. Chapter 525. After leaving the Azure Steel Empire, Ji-yu sent people to the Drunken Moon Empire. The Drunken Moon Empire was famous for its winemakers and mercenaries. The Drunken Moon Empire had more than 20 cities. The periphery was almost surrounded by the ocean, and it was especially cold at night. Even with Ji-yu's spirit-profound realm cultivation, she still felt cold. Ji-yu and Xiao Ji-yu sat in front of the bonfire. Xiao Ji-yu was not affected by the weather. She was like a little kitten curled up in Ji-yu's arms. Ji-yu, on the other hand, stroked her silky hair. At this moment, a shout came from afar. Protect the young miss. Run. Ji-yu's mental strength quickly spread out. A group of carriages was speeding along. More than 10 Tongxian realm cultivators stood in front of the carriages. They kept swinging their swords. Behind the group of carriages, there were dozens of cultivators at Tier 8 Tongxian realm and above. Ha, take down the little girl in the carriage. Due to the rebellion in the Drunken Moon Empire, they did not have enough soldiers. Therefore, the security of the empire had declined and the local mercenary groups were in charge of it. In the Mystic Moon City, the city lord was a mere figurehead and many experts chose to become bandits. This was just one of the groups of bandits. Xiao Ji-yu looked coldly in the direction of the group of people. Apart from Ji-yu, she did not care about the others. At this moment, the neighing of horses sounded. The group of people who were running for their lives seemed to have noticed Ji-yu. Young master, run. A middle-aged man in the group shouted anxiously at Ji-yu. Ji-yu smiled faintly, as if she did not care about the bandits behind him. The middle-aged man shouted anxiously, these people are not easy to deal with. Run. Seeing that Ji-yu was not leaving, the middle-aged man shouted. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead. The horse bandits behind him also saw Ji-yu, who was stroking Xiao Gu's hair. Xiao Gu's temperament and figure made the group of people gulp. Brothers, there's another treasure here. Ha, it should feel good to ride under your crotch later. Feeling offended by Xiao Ji-yu stood up. Brat, what's wrong? Do you still want to fight us? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, we'll hand her back to you after we're done. Don't be like that, third elder brother. This kid has red lips and white teeth. Doesn't sixth elder brother like men? Ha, yes. As soon as the three of them finished speaking, they suddenly felt a storm of fists raining down on them. The power of the fist was incomparably heavy as it struck the three of them. The three of them were instantly reduced to ashes. Ji-yu's fists smashed the three of them into pieces. He coldly looked at the bandits in front of him. They all opened their mouths and said, "Third brother was killed." "Kill them," one of them shouted loudly. The rest of them all raised the treasured weapons in their hands and charged toward Ji-yu. The uncle pulled the reins in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, our benefactor is in danger now. Let's go and save him." Just as the bandits were about to attack, Ji-yu said something to Xiao Ji-yu. Xiao Ji-yu appeared in front of the uncle and the others in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "Don't go over, or you'll be in danger too." The uncle looked in Ji-yu's direction worriedly. "But if we don't do anything, won't he be in danger?" Screams kept coming from the distance. The bandit leader held a long saber in his hand and looked at Ji-yu as he shouted, "Brat, how dare you kill so many of my brothers?" He was already waving his long saber. The lake water behind him suddenly turned into a long dragon. It furiously charged toward Ji-yu. Ji-yu took out his long saber at the same time. Seeing this, the bandit leader couldn't help but smile proudly. "Brat, in the entire Drunken Moon Empire, there aren't many people who can surpass me when it comes to sabers." As soon as the burning wave saber technique was used, the fire dragon roared and fiercely collided with the water dragon. The two forces coiled and twisted together. The water dragon was destroyed. The remaining power of the burning wave saber technique swallowed the bandit leader in the blink of an eye. The remaining bandits looked at each other. Their leader was actually killed in one move. This was an expert at the peak of the Tongxian realm. He was only one step away from the Spirit Profound realm. However, there were many Tongxian realm experts in the Drunken Moon Empire. They were all one step away from the Spirit Profound realm. However, this was a difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention Jiyu, who could instantly kill a first-level Spirit Profound realm expert in one move. The remaining bandits immediately turned around and wanted to leave this place. Jiyu said indifferently, "You think you can leave with just the likes of you?" With a few leaps, he arrived in the direction of the bandits' escape. Jiyu threw out dozens of punches. The power of each punch caused several bandits to explode and die. His battle ended very quickly. The uncle brought a few guards and walked in front of Jiyu. He cupped his hands and said, "Young master, your strength just now was really strong. I am very impressed." Jiyu waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I didn't want to save you." The uncle laughed. "No matter what, it was brother who saved me and my young miss." Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement and turned to leave. However, he didn't expect that the uncle behind him would quickly catch up. "Young master, please wait. The weather is cold and we don't have anything on us. We can only use this to thank you." As he spoke, he took out a water bag and handed it to Jiyu. After Jiyu tasted it, ding. The host has tasted the wine Drunken Moon fragrance, triggering 999 times comprehension ability, ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully comprehended the formula of Drunken Moon fragrance. After drinking it, Jiyu felt that his body was full of energy. The mystic energy that he had used was gradually recovering. It is indeed a good wine. Jiyu closed his eyes. The wine's fragrance was still swirling in his mouth. Xiao Jiyu curiously came over. Jiyu handed the water bag to Xiao Jiyu. Xiao Jiyu gulped and drank the wine in the water bag. Soon, he looked at Jiyu with blurred eyes. He hugged Jiyu's shoulders. "Delicious, delicious. I want more." The uncle saw this scene awkwardly. He smiled and said, "Young master, you should rest first. If you don't mind, we would like to travel with you. Of course, as long as you need something, we will do it." "You want to hire me?" Jiyu frowned. The uncle said anxiously, "No, I just want to be friends with you. I will naturally do anything for a friend." Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement with satisfaction. The uncle excitedly went back to prepare food. He planned to treat Jiyu to a meal later. Chapter 526. Jiyu returned to the carriage with Xiao Jiyu in her arms. Xiao Jiyu, on the other hand, was hugging a few water bags and shouting to continue drinking. After a while, the uncle came back with 2 huge beast legs. Jiyu said that Xiao Jiyu was still resting. The group of guards surrounded the stove and started eating. Jiyu looked at the carriage and asked, "Is your family's young miss not coming down to eat?" The uncle smiled awkwardly. "I'm ashamed to say that we sent our young miss to Drunken Fragrant City to get married, but we almost died in the hands of bandits. It's all thanks to you that we saved our lives." Jiyu smiled. "Uncle, you're too polite. According to the rules, our young miss is not allowed to see anyone before she gets married. This is the rule here." As soon as he finished speaking, the carriage door opened. A person jumped down from the carriage. She was wearing a yellow veil. It was the young miss that the uncle was talking about. She casually walked to the front of the stove. "This is the young master who saved us today. Thank you for saving our lives." As she spoke, she pulled the beast leg in front of her and started chewing on it without holding back. Jiyu had never seen such a carefree girl before. The uncle said awkwardly, "Young miss, you're not married yet. You can't eat it." That's enough, that's enough. Only the heavens, the earth, you, me, and this young master know about this. No one else will know." Jiyu also started eating the beast leg in front of her. The young miss' name was Shuemo. She was very different from her name because she was carefree. "Which empires have you been to? My God, are you that strong? Can you take me as your disciple? Tell me more about yourself." Jiyu told her some of her own stories, and the little girl was engrossed in it. She was envious of Ji Yu's experience of traveling around the world at such a young age. Ji Yu said, "Actually, you can do it too." Shuemo's face suddenly darkened. "How can I be as lucky as you, young master? My family relies on my marriage with Drunken Moon City's Chen family to maintain our current status." After Ji Yu transmigrated, she had experienced being hunted down. How could she not understand the sorrow of such a small family? He said lightly, "Actually, you can also change yourself." After saying that, Ji Yu released her spiritual power. "Didn't you say you wanted to take me as your teacher?" Snow Ink's eyes widened. "Can I really?" Ji Yu smiled and patted Inksnow's head. This was the first time a man had patted Inksnow's head like this. Even her father, the head of the family, had never done this before. Disciple greets master, "Hey." Seeing that his miss had become Ji Yu's disciple, the uncle had mixed feelings. He had seen Ji Yu's strength with his own eyes. She had single-handedly fought against a Tongxian realm bandit. But even so, what if the master found out? Ji Yu asked, "Is your family also in Drunken Moon City?" Inksnow shook her head. "But we have a mansion in Drunken Moon City. We came from the Puppet Empire." Ji Yu smiled. "What a coincidence. I also have something to do in the Puppet Empire." Inksnow held Ji Yu's hand. "Master, let's go now." Ji Yu said lightly, "Good disciple, master still has something to do in Drunken Moon City. Then let me stay by master's side and help you." Ji Yu thought for a moment. Originally, he did not like to have so many people by his side. But in order to find a way to help the remnant soul recover, perhaps this was a way. "Okay. Great, master promised me. Uncle Mo, let's get ready to go." Uncle Mo nodded. Since Ji Yu was so strong, they did not have to worry about their safety on the way. The contrast between Drunken Moon City and Qinggang Empire was very strong. This was a commercial powerhouse. Although there were experts in charge, these experts generally wouldn't make a move unless the country was about to perish. Inksnow brought Ji Yu to her family's mansion in Drunken Moon City. After settling Xiao Ji Yu's mental power covered the entire mansion. 7 to 8 middle-aged men wearing purple robes came to the door. The middle-aged man in the lead said to the servant, "Hello, we are sent by the Jiao family. We want to meet your Miss Miss is not seeing guests." "Then is Uncle Mo here?" "Yes, I'll go and report." After waiting for a while, Uncle Mo quickly ran out. Ji Yu was still guiding Inksnow's cultivation. Xiao Ji Yu was yawning at the side. She looked very bored. Under Ji Yu's guidance, Inksnow's cultivation gradually improved. She was about to break through the peak of the body-tempering realm and become a defensive mystic realm expert. Only by entering the defensive mystic realm could one truly become a martial artist. Inksnow's state of mind underwent a huge change. As she was too excited, the root of her cultivation changed. Her entire body was sweating profusely. "Guard your state of mind." Ji Yu immediately reminded her and sat cross-legged behind Inksnow. She patted her back with both hands and guided the blood to move continuously in the veins in her body. Inksnow finally realized that her strength was increasing continuously. In the main hall, Uncle Mo smiled awkwardly. "I know that young Master Jiao is anxious, but Miss has just arrived and we want to hold the wedding. Isn't this inappropriate?" "Hihi, you must be joking. My young master is a LV3 Tongxian realm expert. Marrying that trash of a body-tempering realm young master is already lowering his status. Now, you're still making excuses. Are you going to break the engagement?" For a man, breaking off an engagement was a great humiliation no matter where he was. At this moment, Ji Yu walked out of the room and said to the purple-robed middle-aged men in front of him, "My disciple won't marry an 18-year-old mystic comprehending trash. Get lost." Uncle Mo was stunned. He originally planned to persuade them nicely and wait for Old Master's reply. He did not expect that Ji Yu would completely cut off their path. The middle-aged men in purple robes were stunned at first. Then, they flew into a rage. "How dare you? Our young master is so kind to you, but you dare to humiliate our young master like this. Die for me." The other man in purple robes was a level 5 Tongxian realm expert. It was already rare for him to have such a cultivation at his age, let alone his young master who was already a level 3 Tongxian realm expert at the age of 18. Now that his young master was called trash, wouldn't that mean that he was worse than trash? The qi gang on his body turned into a giant hand through a mystic skill and slapped towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu laughed coldly. She only released her mental energy. Instantly, the middle-aged man in purple robes felt his head buzzing. He hugged his head. Ah! The qi gang that he released just now was instantly torn apart. The other men in purple robes immediately stood in front of him to protect him. Kid, what did you do? Ji Yu smiled disdainfully. Why would I need to do that to deal with you? The man in purple robes frowned. This young man did not look like someone to be trifled with. We have more people. Let's attack together. He looks like he is only in his teens. He is definitely no match for us. After shouting these words, they all attacked at the same time. Qi gang of various colors appeared in the sky. They all turned into different colors. They kept attacking in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu did not dodge. Instead, she watched as the qi gang attacked her. As soon as they came into contact with Ji Yu's aura vanished. It was like an egg hitting a rock. They all broke into pieces. You want to kill me? Ji Yu said disdainfully, then don't go back. He took a step forward and came to the front of the crowd. The men in purple robes panicked. Kid, don't mess around. We are from the Jiao family. You dare to kill us? The Jiao family will not let you go. Ji Yu said indifferently, noisy. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw out several punches like a thunderstorm. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 punches, the 7 or 8 men in purple robes flew out like kites. Uncle Mo hurried forward to check, only to find that there was no sign of life in their breath. Dead. Dead. Ji Yu said indifferently, Uncle Mo, I'll leave it to you. Ah, good, good. Come on, drag them out. The Jiao family waited for a long time, but they did not see their people come back. So they sent people out to check. Who knew that they only found the bodies of the 8 men. With a gloomy face, Master Jiao asked the servant, who did it? The servants looked at each other. Reporting to Master, this one does not know. Old Master Jiao thought for a moment and said, only a few mercenary groups dare to go against our Jiao family. Investigate to the end. Yes, Master. After they left, Master Jiao's eyes widened in bewilderment. It seems that the Mo family is in trouble. Send someone to the Mo family to check. About half an hour passed. When everyone came back, all the clues pointed to the Mo family. Master Jiao clenched his fists. Haha, a third-class family dares to challenge me like this. Young Master Jiao walked out. Father, you don't need to do this. I can deal with such a third-class family. I heard that Mo Shui is as beautiful as a fairy. Even if she doesn't want to, I will definitely take her back. Good, this is the style of our Jiao family's men. Just take what you like. Come on, pass my order. The business with the Mo family can be suspended. After saying this, young Master Jiao came to the Mo family's mansion with the servants in the mansion in a threatening manner. Young Master Jiao shouted, your son-in-law is here. Let Mo Xiong crawl out on her knees and meet her future master. When Uncle Mo heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. He ran out, and the Xian energy in his hands was about to explode. Young Master Jiao sneered disdainfully. The servant behind him quickly stepped forward and made a few moves. After a few moves, Uncle Mo was beaten until he spat out blood. Ji Yu said indifferently, stop. Chapter 527. Young Master Jiao looked at Ji Yu in front of him. He was also a young man. However, Ji Yu was dressed in black, and his face was as cold as ice. There was not the slightest bit of aura that belonged to an expert from his body. How dare a nameless boy teach me a lesson? Who are you? Young Master Jiao looked at Ji Yu and smiled disdainfully. Ji Yu said indifferently, who I am has nothing to do with you. Young Master Jiao had never been treated so rudely before. He folded the fan in his hand. Cripple him for this young master. Pull out his fingers one by one and sprinkle salt on his wound. In this world where the strong were respected, these cruel methods were nothing. Young master, we are still on the street. Yes, there are many people watching. Young Master Zhou's subordinate kindly reminded him. Young Master Zhou turned his head and saw a group of onlookers behind him. He frowned. What are you looking at? I'll beat you all up if you continue to watch. Hearing young Master Zhou's words, the surrounding people trembled and immediately fled in all directions. However, not only did he move, but Jiyu also moved at the same time. He moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, he arrived in front of young Master Zhou and punched forward. It was as if thunder was ringing in his ears. A few servants beside him shouted nervously, "Young Master! Young Master!" They were all in the metaphysical realm, but even so, they could not save their young master in time. This young man was too strong. Young Master Zhou was hit by the fist. Even with the strength of LV3 of the metaphysical realm, he could not withstand the power of the fist. He flew backward like a kite. If not for the Zhou family's life-protecting mysterious stone automatically triggering at the critical moment, young Master Zhou would have become a corpse by now. The rest of the people immediately carried young Master Zhou and fled to the Zhou family like rabbits. Uncle Mo wiped the blood on his mouth. Seeing the crowd flee, he asked Jiyu, "Ji Gongzi, don't we need to chase after him? The Zhou family is very powerful in Drunken Moon City. Ignore them. With my master here, there is no need to be afraid." Suddenly, Inksnow's voice came from behind. Uncle Mo looked into the room and his jaw dropped in shock. Mo Shui in front of him did not look like Mo Shui at all. She was originally at the peak of the body-tempering realm, but she was unable to break through to the defensive mystic realm at this age. She had basically lost all hope in terms of martial arts cultivation. However, he had never expected that he would become an expert of the third level of the defensive profound realm. "Miss, is this true?" Mo Shui chuckled. "Of course. Who is my master?" "She's Jiyu." Uncle Mo was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Young Mistress's rapid improvement meant that there was hope for the Mo family. Uncle Mo didn't have time to be excited. He quickly wrote down this matter in a letter and sent it back to his city. Inks now walked in front of Jiyu and said, Master, am I very talented? How did I become like this in just one night?" Jiyu scratched her little nose and said, "I'm talking about you. Just a little bit more." Inks now swore in her heart that she would definitely work hard to catch up with her master and not drag her down. Old Master Zhou was originally waiting for his new wife to come. However, he didn't expect that his precious son would be carried back. Young Master Zhou was placed on the ground. Old Master Zhou went forward and released his mental strength to check on young Master Zhou's condition. However, it was fine if he didn't check. Once he did, he was almost shocked. The protective stone that he had bought from the Almighty was actually destroyed. His son's condition was even more exaggerated. All of his meridians were shattered. He was afraid that in this lifetime, not to mention martial arts, even walking and having children would be a problem. He only had one precious son. Thinking of this, the more old Master Zhou thought about it, the angrier he got. The Xian energy in his hand unconsciously floated. "How dare you hurt my child like this? You all deserve to die." Old Master Zhou clenched his teeth. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his teeth. "Ask young Master Lin to come over." "But will young Master Lin listen to us? If he still wants the spice, he has to listen to me." However, old Master Zhou didn't expect that he was waiting for someone to come over and help. And Jiyu went out to investigate their strength. Not far from the Mo family, there was a place called Drunken Moon Tavern. Walking in, one could only smell the faint aroma of wine. Before drinking, one could already feel a little tipsy. When the two saw Jiyu, they walked straight in. They stepped forward and stopped her. "Young master, I'm sorry, but only winemakers can enter here." Jiyu frowned. "But the Drunken Moon Empire doesn't have a wine masters guild." The two laughed. "Indeed, we don't have a wine masters guild here, but winemakers have a high status in the Drunken Moon Empire. Winemakers are illiterate and unskilled in martial arts. What's the use? Hearing Ji-Yu's words, the surrounding people stood up one after another. Looking at Ji-Yu's appearance, it was as if they could rush up and bite off a piece of Ji-Yu's flesh at any time. The winemaker who had just stopped Ji-Yu was even more determined. This kid doesn't understand anything at all. With a snort, he pulled a small bottle from his robes. A few drops of red liquid flowed from its surface. Let me tell you, this is the fragrance of the zither and horse. Drinking this will greatly increase your strength for a short period of time. Ji-Yu calmly said, then what's the difference between this and pills? Haha, you're an alchemist, aren't you? Pills not only consume a lot of ingredients, they also have a lot of side effects. But the wine we winemakers make is different. Not only are there no side effects, it's delicious. Ji-Yu chuckled, that's a good point. The other man frowned. Alright, that's enough talking. Child, you should go home. Ji-Yu suddenly said, I think I have the right to stay here. Hearing this, the man laughed. Kid, you don't even know what a winemaker is, yet you say you have the right to stay here? Ji-Yu didn't say anything. He looked around and walked to the back of the wine cabinet alone. Looking at the wine bottles on the wine rack, using the method rewarded by the system, he quickly picked a few bottles of excellent wine. Ji-Yu didn't use any mystic energy, he just lightly patted the table. The bottles of sake on the table were all thrown into the air. Ji-Yu reached out and received the bottles of wine. Then, she began to shake them quickly. This kid is messing around, right? He's simply wasting the sake. Hurry up and take him out. But at this moment, an extremely charming voice came from behind. Wait. Many men shouted in their hearts when they saw this woman. She was a femme fatale. She was really too beautiful. Although she wasn't devastatingly beautiful, the temperament revealed from her bones made every man's imagination run wild, especially those who were in perfect condition. She was simply the best lover. Sister Peach Blossom, why are you here? Sister Peach Blossom twisted her body and smiled. Didn't I hear that someone came to this old lady's place to cause trouble? So I specially came to take a look. It's this kid. They pointed at Ji-Yu. Sister Peach Blossom smiled. What a handsome kid, this old lady is simply. But when she took a closer look and saw Ji-Yu's method, she was completely stunned. Ji-Yu opened 2 wine bottles for shaking, only to see the wine stagnate in the air. Everyone thought that the wine above was going to spill on the table. Ji-Yu stretched out his wine cup and caught the wine in the air. He pushed the 3 cups in front of everyone and said, please have a taste. A strong wine fragrance assailed their nostrils. Everyone smelled the wine fragrance and seemed incomparably intoxicated. Ji-Yu sat in his seat. Sister Peach Blossom pushed away a few people who wanted to taste it. After drinking Ji-Yu's cup of sake, the wine cup in her hand fell to the ground. She asked anxiously, who are you? This one is Ji-Yu. What's your relationship with Mo Ruhai? I don't know the name Mo Ruhai. Could it be Uncle Mo? Sister Peach Blossom described that person's face. Ji-Yu shook his head. No, I don't know that person. In fact, the recipe was automatically rewarded by the system when Ji-Yu took a sip of the sake. How could he know who this person was? Little friend, are you interested in learning how to brew wine from me? Ji-Yu smiled slightly. This one is determined to travel all over the world. This time, I just want to find out some things. Who doesn't know that apart from brewing wine, we also need more information? These 2 sentences made Ji-Yu a little moved. How about this, if this little friend is not interested in learning how to brew wine from me, as long as you have the time, you can make a cup of sake for this elder sister to drink. You can name any conditions you want. Ji-Yu smiled faintly. Really? I, Peach Blossom, am a woman of my word. Then I want you to gather the information I need in the future. Peach Blossom was shocked. She didn't expect this kid to be so good at naming conditions. Okay, it's a promise. Peach Blossom called over a person with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks. She introduced him to Ji-Yu. This person is called Old Five. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Old Five and Ji-Yu greeted him. Ji-Yu asked indifferently, Brother Old Five, I want to ask about the distribution of power in Drunken Moon City. Old Five asked suspiciously, Why do you want to ask this question? Seeing that Ji Yu didn't want to say anything, Old Five didn't force him. He only said, if we are to talk about the distribution of power, in Drunken Moon City, the Jiao family is the strongest, followed by the Qiao family, followed by the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group, Lone Wolf Army, and Sharp Blade Mercenary Group. These powers are all mercenary groups in charge of transporting spices, pills, and so on. After saying this, Ji Yu smiled with satisfaction. After he left, the other 2 glasses of wine on the table immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 528. A few people picked up the wine glasses in front of them. They carefully tasted a mouthful. After a mouthful of strong wine, everyone's eyes widened. They had been winemakers for so many years, but this was the first time they drank such good wine. This wine is too delicious. After Ji Yu left the tavern, she walked straight to the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group. The Sharp Blade Mercenary Group was cultivating. A few huge wooden puppets stood in the middle of the plaza. A few Tongshen realm experts were hitting the wooden puppets, but the wooden puppets only made light banging sounds. A mercenary in front of the door saw Ji Yu coming over. He was still wearing a black robe. He extended his hand to block Ji Yu's path. He asked Ji Yu, who was standing in front of him, stop. Ji Yu looked at the mercenary in front of her. I can't go in. No, looking at you, you don't look like you have the money to work for us. Ji Yu said indifferently, I really am here to work for you. That mercenary snorted and laughed disdainfully. But he still forced himself to be polite. Hello, may I ask how we can be of service to you? Ji Yu said, I plan to buy your entire Sharp Blade Mercenary Group. Haha, brat, aren't you being too arrogant with your words? Ji Yu ignored him and walked straight in. She saw the huge wooden puppet in the plaza. It was obvious that someone had applied a formation to it, and it could withstand the full force of a first-level spirit profound realm expert. That mercenary told Ji Yu to wait here for a while, and he went to find the leader. After he left, Ji Yu walked to the plaza. A few kind-hearted mercenaries saw that she was only a teenager. That kid, don't touch it. It has a rebounding power. Ji Yu raised her fist. She mobilized the profound qi in her body and heavily punched down. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The entire puppet shook violently for a moment before gradually collapsing. All of the mercenaries stopped what they were doing. His mouth opened wide. Isn't this too unbelievable? Did that brat just knock down the resistance puppet with a single punch? The leader of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group and the mercenary who had just received Ji Yu walked out of the room. The leader saw that someone had actually knocked down the puppets set up by the array master. This was simply inconceivable. Who knocked him down? Good job, I will reward you handsomely. A few mercenaries cautiously approached him and whispered into his ear, it was done by that kid. What? The leader looked at Ji Yu in shock. So it was Ji Yu who did it. This brat looks so young. Ji Yu said indifferently, as I said before, I'm here today to bring all of you under me. The leader of the Sharp Blade Squad also laughed out loud. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. After saying this, Li Yundong said. He gradually released the aura of a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. He roared, Brat, let me see why you are so bold. A Cyan Qi gang suddenly appeared on his legs. He flew toward Ji Yu like a meteor. Ji Yu also released the Qi gang on her body at the same time. But in terms of aura, it was more domineering. The leader bumped into Ji Yu. The complacent smile on his face was gradually released. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The leader's legs seemed to have been blown up by a cannonball. The Qi aura around his body suddenly disappeared, and he fell to the ground, crying out loudly. The mercenaries of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group were even more surprised. They had never seen their leader being beaten like this. Even if he fought with the leaders of the other mercenary groups, he could still fight for hundreds of rounds. How could he suddenly be so weak? Ji Yu asked him, do you agree that the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group will change its name from today on? Yes, I agree. He shouted loudly, I agree, okay? Ji Yu nodded in satisfaction. She took out a few small flags from her clothes. At the same time, She threw a bottle of pills into his hand. The leader swallowed a mouthful of pills. Then, he sat on the ground with his legs crossed and started to regulate his breath. However, he had been at the peak of the Tongxian realm for a long time. Finally, there was a tremor. An extremely powerful force directly hit his body. And the source of this mysterious force was all from Ji-Yu's pills. After breaking through, he looked at Ji-Yu with a face full of admiration. "You are too strong, sir." "No, leader, boss, I am wrong. I will follow you." Ji-Yu waved her hand and looked at the map in front of her. The leader in front of her said, "I want you to unify the mercenary groups in Drunken Moon City as soon as possible." The mercenaries looked at each other. They said to Ji-Yu, "Leader, but we can't do that." Ji-Yu knew that they were the weakest among the mercenary groups. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to unify the mercenary groups in Drunken Moon City, he would have taken out a few small bottles and thrown them to them. "There are a total of 150 pills here. Each of you take one and leave the rest. In the future, whoever makes a contribution will be rewarded with one of the remaining pills." "Yes, leader." Ji-Yu looked at the original leader and said, "From today onwards, you will be the vice leader. I will leave the daily work to you." "Yes." The next morning, the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group owned all the streets from North 3rd Street to South 3rd Street. However, these streets were extremely deserted at this moment. Ji-Yu couldn't bear to see the streets so deserted. She returned to the tavern. Sister Peach Blossom saw Ji-Yu return. She immediately welcomed her. She hugged Ji-Yu's hand and said, "Little brother, you promised to make me a cup of wine every day." Ji-Yu patted her head. "Sister Peach Blossom, wait for me." Soon, 3 cups of strong wine were made and placed on the table. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Sister Peach Blossom chuckled and said, "Little brother, it seems that you have something to ask of me today." Ji-Yu told her that she needed a large number of alchemists and winemakers. High-level alchemists are all in other empires. We don't have many winemakers here, but we have a lot of winemakers. Sister Peach Blossom smiled proudly. She said to Ji-Yu in front of her, "Big sister can help with this." The originally deserted streets were suddenly filled with winemakers. Everyone had their own unique recipes. However, Ji-Yu obtained their recipes after tasting the wine they made. When everyone heard that Ji-Yu wanted them to produce a large amount of wine, they didn't agree even if they were beaten to death. However, after seeing Ji-Yu make their unique recipes one by one with their own eyes, they were shocked. They were incomparably shocked. Only then did they realize that compared to Ji-Yu, they were as insignificant as stars compared to the moon. The people walking outside looked into the streets and saw that Ji-Yu had already led people to open up the shops one by one. They walked into the streets, where there were pills and treasures. Moreover, there was also good wine to taste. Compared to the other mercenary groups, this was like heaven and earth. When they returned home, they spread the news one after another. More and more people came to the streets, and the business of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group became more and more prosperous. The second leader of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group hurriedly found the first leader. The first leader was still hugging 2 beauties and being intimate with them when he suddenly saw his second brother barge in. He said anxiously, first leader, bad news, bad news." The first leader kicked him. "Damn it, can't you see that I'm happy? Tell me." After hearing this, he turned around and didn't dare to look at his big brother. "At the same time," he said, "the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group is about to rob all our business." "What?" The first leader immediately threw down the beauties in his hands and sat up. The beauties gasped and planned to lie on the first leader's body. "It's true, first leader. I went to see today. There was not a single person in the shops on our street, but the streets of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group were full of people." "Bitch, get out of my way." He kicked her, and the pitiful beauty fell to the ground. She was no longer breathing. "Bring 100 people and close all the shops on their street." "Yes, first leader. But aren't you afraid of the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group? Haha, we are all at the peak of the Tongxian realm, but his Shen skills are far inferior to ours." Seeing this, the second leader didn't have any scruples. He immediately went back and brought 100 thugs to the middle of North 3rd Street. They took the lead and smashed the shops around them. The second leader looked at the shop owners with blood on their faces and said proudly, "Brothers, from today on, North 3rd Street is our territory." "Is that so?" Suddenly, a voice came slowly. Sharp Blade walked out of a restaurant. His eyes were fixed on the second leader. When the second leader saw Sharp Blade, his body trembled. But he suddenly remembered that the first leader gave him a pill before he left. It could temporarily increase his strength to the peak of the Tongxian realm. And Sharp Blade was just a small role. He snorted, "Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the leader of Sharp Blade. Our first leader saw that you were working hard to manage a few streets, so he specially ordered me to help you manage a few streets." "Is that so? You mean I have to thank you?" "That's not necessary, but you have to remember who helped you." "Die!" Sharp Blade suddenly shouted, and his entire body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 529. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The second leader never expected that this Sharp Blade would become so powerful. Several of his subordinates were killed on the spot. He took a step back. You. The servants beside him said anxiously, "Second leader, let's go back and find leader Lai Feng." The second leader walked out confidently this time. "If Commander Lai Feng finds out, won't he kill me?" Thinking of this, the second head directly took out a medicinal pill bottle and swallowed the medicinal pill inside. His muscles gradually swelled. His face began to distort. The profound strength in his body actually increased by several times. Soon, he reached the peak of the Tongxian realm. Sharp Blade looked at the second leader and revealed a disdainful smile. "You think this is enough?" The two of them quickly leaped up and exchanged hundreds of moves in the air. The power of each punch hit the other's chi aura. Earth rank profound skill, wind fire blade. Earth rank profound skill, fire blade. The two profound energies heavily collided together, and another loud sound rang out. The second leader fell heavily to the ground. "It's actually the spirit profound realm, it's actually the spirit profound realm. Sharp Blade has become a spirit profound realm expert, quickly go back and report to the boss." The few of them stood up in a panic and turned around, intending to leave this place. However, a smile appeared on Sharp Blade's face. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." Sharp Blade's figure was very close. The second leader opened his eyes wide. "You dare? I am the second leader of the Lai Feng mercenary group." The fist was about to land on his head. An incomparably dignified voice reverberated throughout the entire street. "Sharp Blade, you dare to make a move?" Sharp Blade raised his head and saw Lai Feng and a burly man beside him. He looked like a wild wolf. "Lone Wolf, you're here too. Why, are you two joining forces to steal my business today?" Both Lai Feng and Lone Wolf smiled faintly. Lone Wolf said, "Even so, so what? You're just in the spirit profound realm. If you're willing to submit to us, we can still spare your life." After his voice fell, Sharp Blade covered his face and laughed. "Even if I lose my life, I will not surrender to you." Blazing Blade. Saber Chi formed by Chi Gang quickly rushed in front of the other party. He could only see Lone Wolf and Lai Feng's auras. They collided violently together. However, the power of the Sharp Blade melted away in an instant. There was no need for Lone Wolf to do anything. Gale arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. A punch landed on Sharp Blade's body. Sharp Blade immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lai Feng grabbed him by the neck and asked sternly, "Are you going to surrender or not? How dare you touch my people?" Suddenly, a young man dressed in black walked over with a blade of grass in his mouth. He only saw that his entire person seemed to be lazy. A faint smile appeared on Lai Feng's face. "What? You're just a brat. Don't tell me you want to stand up for him." Jiyu didn't say anything. She just stared at Lai Feng. Lai Feng was irritated by Jiyu's words. He was instantly enraged. His entire person was like lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jiyu. Due to the profound skill, a green flame appeared on his fist. Peak of the first level of the spirit profound realm? Interesting. Ji threw out a sentence. She held the other party's fist with one hand and then punched back heavily. The qi gang that appeared on Lai Feng's body suddenly shattered. Lai Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what was happening to him. Lone Wolf, save me. He had no other choice but to roar loudly. He hoped that Lone Wolf behind him could help. Lone Wolf didn't expect that a kid who was not even 18 years old would have such strength. She could shatter Lai Feng's qi gang. Kid, don't be so arrogant. He also shouted. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji. At the same time, Ji's other hand quickly threw out a punch. The two fists heavily collided. With a loud crack, the two fell to the ground at the same time in pain. Only Ji was still standing. However, Lone Wolf and Lai Feng weren't so lucky. The meridians in their hands were all shattered. Ji said indifferently, "From today onwards, your mercenary groups will all belong to the Sharp Blade Mercenary Group." Both Lone Wolf and Gale retreated a few steps. The two glanced at Ji. They took out a jade bottle from their bosom. It was exactly the same as the one that the second leader ate. The two swallowed the pill. The profound strength in their bodies became more and more intense. They already had the strength of the second level of the spirit profound realm. The two of them stood up at the same time. Their aura made everyone present, except for Ji, feel afraid. Second level of the spirit profound realm. Even this kid who was not even 18 years old in front of them couldn't compare to their strength, right? The two of them smiled. "If you want our mercenary group, then you have to be able to eat it. Kid, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe we can still spare your life." Lai Feng, look at this kid. There's a little beauty following behind him. She looks like she's only 16 or 17. She's your type. Xiao Jiyu, who was following behind Jiyu, frowned slightly. She felt extremely disgusted by this kind of malicious feeling. Jiyu said, "You're courting death." Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A large hammer appeared in Jiyu's hand. He didn't plan to kill the two of them directly. He swung the hammer. Lone Wolf and Lai Feng laughed disdainfully. "This is just a small trick of a weapon refiner. You actually want to use it to deal with us. You're simply courting death. In this world, profound strength was the most important." They didn't care about those small tricks of a weapon refiner that focused on refining the body. If it was a normal weapon refiner, they wouldn't be a match for the other party. Because profound strength determined that even if they were at the same level, the cultivator who cultivated profound strength would win. Boom! A loud sound echoed in the street. The shop owners, weapon refiners, and alchemists at the side all watched closely. They only saw that Jiyu's attack was so clean and efficient, and he killed two people quickly. They were immediately impressed by Jiyu. To be able to follow such a boss, our business in Drunken Moon City will be ruined in the future. Yeah, Jigongzi 10,000 years. Jigongzi 10,000 years. Jiyu brought Sharp Blade directly to the 3rd Street in the northwest and the 3rd Street in the south. The first to arrive was the Lai Feng mercenary group. The Lai Feng mercenary group's people gathered on the street. Seeing Jiyu and the others, they directly said, "Aren't these the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people? What are you doing here?" Jiyu glanced at the people around her, and the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people immediately understood. They directly killed the Lai Feng mercenary group's people, and quickly occupied the 3rd Street in the northwest. When the Lone Wolf mercenary group's people at the 3rd Street in the south received this news, they were divided into two groups. One group thought that they wanted to take revenge for the Lone Wolf mercenary group's leader, so they wanted to find help. The other group thought that since the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people were so powerful, they might as well surrender to them. For a while, they quarreled. They actually started fighting, but the Sharp Blade mercenary group's people who surrendered had the upper hand, and the rest of the people came to the Qiao family with injuries. The young master of the Qiao family sat on the chair and listened to the Lone Wolf mercenary group's people crying. "Young Master Qiao, you don't know, but this Sharp Blade mercenary group is very powerful. They have a young man who actually killed two of our mercenaries by himself." "What?" Young Master Qiao sat up and said to the people in front of him, "So the 3rd Street in the northwest and the 3rd Street in the south are in his hands now?" The faces of the Lone Wolf mercenary group's people turned red, and they lowered their heads to admit it. Young Master Qiao said, "This young man seems to be scheming something. After Ji Yu took over these streets, he let the merchants move in one after another. She brought Xiao Jiyu back to the Mo clan. She saw that Inksnow's cultivation had improved by quite a lot. He was grinning from ear to ear as he placed plates of food on the table. Master, you're back." Ji Yu nodded. Xiao Gu's eyes lit up when she saw the food on the table. Ji Yu looked at this little glutton and couldn't help but find it interesting. She scratched her nose. "Eat if you want." Inksnow immediately took back some food from Xiao Gu's hands. She didn't expect that this little girl could eat so quickly. However, Xiao Jiyu was eating by herself. Inksnow touched the food in her hands and said to Jiyu, "Master, try it. I've been cooking for the entire afternoon." "So you were cooking when you weren't cultivating at home?" Inksnow blushed. "I saw how tired Master is, so I cooked for you to try." Jiyu rubbed her head. "My little Inksnow is the most obedient." After taking a bite, Jiyu gave a thumbs up. "It's delicious." At this moment, Uncle Mo walked back with a big laugh. Jigongzi, we've earned 600,000 gold coins today." Even at the peak of the Mo clan, the most they could earn was 100,000 gold coins. Now, Jiyu actually earned 600,000 gold coins in a day. How could he be unhappy? Inksnow was so shocked that an egg could be put in her mouth. Originally, she thought that Jiyu was only strong. She didn't expect that she was good at business as well. Uncle Mo said, "Now, more than half of Drunken Moon City has landed in Jigong's hands." Inksnow's admiration for Jiyu had already reached the peak. After hearing this, she completely became Jiyu's fangirl. Chapter 530. After hearing that Jiyu had killed the two captains by himself, he was shocked. Young Master Qiao's heart trembled slightly. If they were to fight head-on, he would definitely not be Jiyu's opponent. Thus, he packed up and came to the Jiao family. The Jiao family was still in a terrible fix because their young master had become a cripple. When old Master Jiao saw young Master Qiao, he said unhappily, "Isn't this young Master Qiao?" Young Master Qiao bowed respectfully. "Greetings, old Master Jiao. This time, I have something important to tell old Master Jiao." "What is it?" "The Sharp Blade mercenary group has unified the western half of the city." Old Master Jiao snorted. "It's just a small Sharp Blade mercenary group. After dealing with that little girl from the Mo family, I will naturally take care of them." Young Master Qiao saw that old Master Jiao knew nothing about this matter and immediately said, "I'm afraid that old Master Jiao alone is unable to take care of them." "What? Do you think that I can't even take care of a small mercenary group?" "No, I heard that the one who killed the two captains, Lai Feng and Lone Wolf, was a young man who hasn't reached 18 yet. Moreover, he was wearing black clothes. I also heard that young Master Jiao was also crippled by someone." Hearing this, old Master Jiao stood up excitedly. "Is what you said true?" "Yes." Good. Our two families will work together and kill him." Young Master Qiao immediately said, "But this young man is not that simple." "What do you mean?" "I want to ask the person behind your Jiao family to take action." Everyone knew that behind the Jiao family, there was an expert at the peak of the second level of the Spirit Profound Realm. It was said that this person was one of the strongest people in the Drunken Moon Empire. There were two other people who were at the same level as him. Old Master Jiao said, "Okay, since that's the case, I will contact them first." After Jiyu left the Mo family, she went straight to the tavern, only to see 4 men wearing black robes standing there. Jiyu looked at them in confusion. "Come with us." "Miss, if you don't go back, old master will blame us." Sister Peach Blossom smiled slightly. Didn't he say that he would pass the family business to his precious son? "Why do you want me to go back now?" "Master said that he hopes that you can marry young Master Liang." "Don't even think about it." Seeing Senior Jiyu, Sister Peach Blossom immediately had a plan. She moved in front of Jiyu and grabbed her hand. Jiyu felt the other party's fullness. She said directly, "Sister Peach Blossom, this This is my future husband, Izichin said. You can go back now. Ji Yu immediately understood. The four black-robed men looked at each other and said to Sister Peach Blossom, Miss, stop fooling around. I'm not messing around. He is my future husband. Ji Yu said indifferently, You should have heard what Sister Peach Blossom said. Just go back and report it. Brat, do you have the right to interrupt when our third elder is speaking? After which, the profound energy in one of the black-robed men surged, and with the strength of a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, he threw a punch at Zhongxian. The surrounding bricks began to shatter. Ji Yu took a step forward. Grabbing the other party's fist, Ji Yu said coldly, You are Sister Peach Blossom's people. I won't fight with you, but don't force me. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The remaining two black-robed men attacked at the same time. The three of them released their chi aura at the same time and jumped up. 3 fists came at her. Ji Yu's hair suddenly blew in the wind, and the chi aura in front of her was released. A shield-like chi aura appeared in front of her. With a loud bang, the 3 fists hit the chi aura. Even a first-level spirit profound realm pinnacle expert would have to be cautious when facing the fists of 3 Tongxian realm pinnacle experts. But they met Ji Yu. Ji Yu just moved coldly, and the 3 fists slid to the side. The faces of the 3 contorted. How is this possible? How can this brat be so strong? He's only in his teens. The 3 of them lamented at the same time. No wonder eldest miss was infatuated with him. But Ji Yu was at most a first-level spirit profound realm expert. Eldest miss, you should think about what I told you today. Otherwise, it won't be us next time. After snorting, the leading third elder flung his black robe. After they left, Sister Peach Blossom walked over nervously and said to Ji Yu in front of her, Are you okay? Ji Yu said indifferently, Sister Peach Blossom, I'm fine. Looking at her nervous expression, Ji Yu suddenly smiled. Sister Peach Blossom's face turned red. What are you thinking, you little rascal? After I'm done with the things here, we'll go to your house to take a look. Sister Peach Blossom knew that Ji Yu took her words seriously. She was very happy. Ji Yu took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. She asked Sister Peach Blossom if she had seen this wooden box before. To be able to open such a large tavern in this chaotic drunken moon city and accommodate so many winemakers, Sister Peach Blossom naturally had the ability. Looking at the wooden box in front of her, Sister Peach Blossom was slightly stunned. I've seen this thing before. Really? Where is it? North Moon City. It's just a local super family that keeps it. They have always treated it as a treasure. I'm afraid it won't be taken away so easily. When Sister Peach Blossom saw Ji Yu ask about this wooden box, she guessed that this wooden box was important to Ji Yu. However, she couldn't just watch Ji Yu throw away her life. That's why she said that. Ji Yu naturally knew that Sister Peach Blossom was doing this for his own good. He smiled. Don't worry, I definitely won't take the risk. Ji Yu glanced at the map of Drunken Moon City, thinking that it was time to eliminate all the forces in this city. Uncle Mo walked in and said to Ji Yu, Brother, what do you plan to do next? There's no need for these 2 families to exist. Hearing Ji Yu's words, Uncle Mo's heart suddenly trembled. How long had it been? Ji Yu actually said that she wanted to unify the business of the entire Drunken Moon City. This was too inconceivable. Ji Yu brought Uncle Mo to the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Everyone bowed respectfully to Ji Yu. Ji Yu said indifferently, Next, I want to have only one mercenary group in this city. Everyone was in an uproar and looked at each other. Sharp Blade was very proud. Fortunately, when they saw Ji Yu's strength, they were the first to jump out and surrender. Otherwise, they would be the only ones to be annihilated today. They stormed into the Qiao family's residence. Several servants of the Qiao family came out and stopped them. What are you going to do? Don't you know where this is? 2 of them had sharp eyes and recognized that these people were from the Sharp Blade mercenary group. He walked forward and said to Ji Yu and others indifferently, They are from the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Go and report to the others. Hearing these words, they immediately told young Master Qiao about this matter and why Ji Yu brought people here. Young Master Qiao heard these words. His eyes widened. Take them to the street. After hearing this, he stopped. Then, he thought for a moment and stopped again. Order your men to not fight with the Sharp Blade mercenary group. Also, go and inform Master Jiao. Master Jiao soon received this news. If the Qiao family was destroyed today, wouldn't the Jiao family be next? Thinking of this, Master Jiao felt a lingering fear. He immediately slapped the table and stood up. He said at once, "Let the experts above LV3 of the Tongxian realm in the family come with me." "Yes, Master." 70 to 80 people aggressively came to the street controlled by the Qiao family. At this moment, all the Qiao family members fell to the ground and cried out in pain. When old Master Jiao saw this scene, he was furious, especially when he saw Jiyu. This brat first beat up this old man's son until he was crippled. Now, he was going to wipe out his family. If he had taken action earlier, perhaps today would not have happened. Seeing that someone had come, the young master of the Qiao family seemed to have found a backbone. "Ha ha ha, Jiyu, today is the day you die." Hundreds of people completely surrounded them. Jiyu was about to make a move. Sharp Blade knew that this was his chance to show off. He took a step forward and patted his chest. "Boss, leave this group of brats to me." Young Master Qiao knew that Sharp Blade was only at LV8 of the Tongxian realm. He said disdainfully, "Sharp Blade, when did you dare to talk to us like this? Don't forget the time when you were attached to us." Sharp Blade laughed. "If I could defeat you at that time, how could I submit to you?" As a person from a small border town, Jiyu did not intend to make them obey from the bottom of their hearts. However, it did not matter if they obeyed Jiyu because they were afraid of Jiyu's strength. What Jiyu wanted was not their loyalty. Young Master Qiao snorted. "How arrogant." After his voice fell, he took a step forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Sharp Blade's side. The two guards under Sharp Blade also received Jiyu's elixir. They sped up. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Sharp Blade and threw heavy punches to his left and right. Young Master Qiao took a step back. He did not expect that the two servants were at the peak of the Tongxian realm. When did the peak of the Tongxian realm walk around freely? However, the two guards were still not enough to take him down. The fan in young Master Qiao's hand suddenly turned into mysterious yin iron. The mysterious yin iron had a strong cold air and a strong blade force. A loud bang was heard. The rest of the people retreated one after another. Sharp Blade held a big knife and jumped up. Suddenly, countless flames swarmed out from his hand. Chapter 531. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Li Dao's attack. How is this possible? How could he raise his strength to this level in such a short period of time? "Ha, it's my boss, Jiyu. The pill in his hand raised us to this level." Young Master Qiao's and Old Master Jiao's eyes glowed. A pill that could raise a common profound realm cultivator to the spirit profound realm without any side effects. If they were the ones who obtained it, wouldn't that mean, among the 7 great empires, there were only a few spirit profound realm experts? They could be counted on one hand. The two of them looked at each other. "Jiyu must die." The two of them went around Li Dao. Although Li Dao was also at the peak of the first level of the spirit profound realm, he was facing 2 experts at the same time. He couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, young Master Qiao and Old Master Jiao had already arrived in front of Jiyu. "Brat, you killed my son. You're courting death. Insulting my Jiao family. Brat, you're courting death." Young Master Qiao's face was ferocious. The black iron fan in his hand became incomparably sharp. Even if he was an expert at the second level of the spirit profound realm, he couldn't easily block this heavy attack. Young Master Qiao waved his fan. Suddenly, Jiyu reached out and grabbed the iron fan in front of her. She used the profound energy in her hand and crushed the iron fan in her hand. Young Master Qiao's eyes widened. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to believe that his artifact was so easily crushed by Jiyu. You. Before he finished speaking, Jiyu's fist quickly gathered a strong profound energy. After the punch landed, Young Master Qiao's qi aura suddenly shattered. Fortunately, old Master Jiao pulled him back. Otherwise, he would have already died under Ji Yu's hands. At this moment, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Sweat continuously dripped down. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yu kicked out again. Old Master Jiao didn't have time to react. Under the heavy impact of this kick, both of them flew out together with young Master Qiao and spat out a mouthful of blood. He let out a long breath. How is this possible? Impossible. Ji Yu stepped on young Master Qiao's body. Young Master Qiao immediately smelled the stench of urine. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I'll leave the two of them to you. Sharp Blade's mood suddenly improved. He never thought that the two people who used to ride on his head would have such a day. And all of this was given to her by Ji Yu. He walked forward with a wicked smile on his face. Master Jiao and young Master Qiao crawled backward in fear. Young Master Qiao trembled as he said, "I beg you, let me go." Sharp Blade laughed, "Go to hell." Master Jiao was also extremely scared. He shouted with an extremely sharp voice, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be consigned to eternal damnation when the people behind our Jiao family come." His heartbeat quickened. Unexpectedly, the Sharp Blade glanced at Ji Yu. Without saying anything, Ji Yu threw the long blade in her hand out. The long blade plunged directly into the opponent's body. A mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Soon, the Sharp Blade mercenary group seized all the territories of the Qiao family and the Jiao family. In the middle of the night, Mo Xiong knocked on Ji Yu's door. Ji Yu opened the door and looked at her curiously. "What's wrong, little disciple?" Mo Xiong sensed that Ji Yu might leave here. She muttered, "Are you going to leave this place?" Mo Xiong was very sensitive. Ji Yu's mood changed quickly. Ji Yu said, "Leave here." "Well, I need to find something." Mo Xiong hugged Ji Yu from behind. "Master, can you not leave?" Ji Yu grabbed Mo Xiong's hands. "I'll leave this to you." Although Mo Xiong was much weaker than the people here in terms of strength, Ji Yu was here now. How could they make a comeback? But if Ji Yu was not here, Mo Xiong was a little girl. She would be devoured quickly. Ji Yu took out 2 bottles of pills from his pocket. "If you eat these 2 pills, your strength will increase to the peak of the Tongxian realm. But if you eat them, then your strength will increase in the future." Mo Xiong hesitated. Ji Yu said indifferently, "I know what you're worried about." Then Ji Yu took out a few talismans. "As long as the talismans are effective, people below the 3rd level of the Spirit Profound Realm are no match for you." These words caused his heart to beat faster. Mo Xiong said firmly, "I'm willing to accept these pills." Ji Yu smiled slightly. "How about this? I'll leave the array for you." Mo Xiong nodded and steeled her resolve to stay. The next morning, Ji Yu brought Mo Xiong to the Sharp Blade mercenary group. The Sharp Blade mercenary group and a few leaders let out a long breath. Next, Mo Xiong will become the leader of the Sharp Blade mercenary group. From today onwards, everything will be decided by her. Ji Yu glanced at Mo Xiong. Last night, Mo Xiong didn't eat this pill. A defensive profound realm wants to control us. Young Master Ji Yu, I know you're strong, but this is a humiliation to us. Even if you want to kill me, I won't accept it. That's right, we won't accept it either. The crowd below the stage started to clamor. Ji Yu knew that it was easy for him to help Mo Shui. But if Ji Yu was not in Drunken Moon City, what would happen? Mo Shui took a step forward. "I will accept your challenge. If I can win, you won't have any objections, right?" The Sharp Blade mercenary group was too embarrassed to fight with a woman. The 3rd leader stood on the stage. He took out a long sword artifact in his hand. He made a please gesture to the 3rd leader. The 3rd boss laughed out loud. A little girl who was still wet behind the ears actually dared to challenge him. He jumped onto the stage. "I'll do it, little girl. Don't hurt that pretty face of yours later." Mo Shui swung her sword heavily. A mystic light cut through the sky, and the mystic energy landed heavily on the 3rd leader's chi shield. The 3rd leader was an expert at level 3 Tongxian realm. With a clang, the mystic energy that Mo Shui had just released was scattered. She could not break through the opponent's chi shield at all. The third leader roared at the sky. The chi shield on his body gradually formed the appearance of a warrior. Following the third leader's actions, the purple warrior in the air threw out punch after punch. Boom, boom, boom. The third leader's powerful mystic energy gradually arrived in front of Mo Shui. Mo Shui frowned, and the chi shield on her body seemed to be unable to withstand the attack. Ji Yu's finger moved slightly. Instantly, the array on Mo Shui's body released a mystic light. The third leader felt as if he was locked in the center of the triangular flag. A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and lightning continuously struck down from the sky. It landed on the third leader's chi shield. When Mo Shui saw the third leader's flaw, she jumped and landed in front of the third leader. She swung her sword forward heavily. Even though the third leader was an expert at level 3 Tongxian realm, a cracking sound was heard. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the third leader's mouth. He heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect Mo Shui to be so powerful. She cupped her hands. "Thank you." This time, the third master was completely convinced. He cupped his hands and knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, leader." The Sharp Blade mercenary group's second-in-command suddenly became the third-in-command. How could he be convinced? Ji Yu said calmly, "I'll be leaving Drunken Moon City tomorrow, but if anything happens, I'll be back immediately." Ji Yu's words were like knocking on the Sharp Blade not far away. Once Ji Yu left, he would still be the second-in-command, and there would be no difference from before. Furthermore, Mo Shui was just a little girl. He was overjoyed and immediately shouted out, "Greetings, leader." After greeting everyone, Mo Shui insisted on pulling Ji Yu to the back room. She handed a gold medal to Ji Yu. She said solemnly, "Master, your disciple will definitely wait for your return obediently." After Ji Yu left the Mo residence, she came to the tavern. Rows of carriages were parked at the entrance. Sister Peach Blossom was still dressed beautifully. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "Little brother, you really came." "That's right. Sister Peach Blossom, you're leaving. How can I not protect you well?" A servant walked forward, bent down, and said softly, "Ji Gongzi, we've prepared a carriage for you. It's behind." Sister Peach Blossom suddenly said, "No need. Ji Gongzi and I will sit in the same carriage." Ji Yu said indifferently, "Sister Peach Blossom, this doesn't seem to be a good idea." Sister Peach Blossom pulled Ji Yu in front of her and said, "Why? Is little brother embarrassed?" Ji Yu suddenly grinned and directly pulled Sister Peach Blossom into her arms. "Why, sister? Do you think I don't dare?" Sister Peach Blossom had never expected Ji Yu to be so bold. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing her like this, Ji Yu smiled and directly put her in the carriage. "We'll see you later." The carriages quickly set off together. At the same time, at the Jiao residence, an old man in a black robe came to the Jiao residence. Master Jiao's corpse was placed in the main hall. The entire Jiao residence was filled with tragic cries. The old man in the black robe's heart tightened. He quickly walked in. "How is Master Jiao?" A servant said respectfully, "Grandpa, Master Jiao is here." "How did he die?" "It's said to be a youth. However, he has already left Drunken Moon City and is heading towards Wind Moon City." "Where's my grandson?" Young Master is now behind." Looking at young Master Jiao on the bed, the old man in the black robe suddenly became angry. He heavily smashed the table in front of him. He was already an expert in the third layer of the Spirit Profound realm. The old man in the black robe said loudly, "Pass down my order. From today onwards, I will take over everything in the Jiao residence. First, I will eliminate the power that the brat left here. I will give you 10 days. Then, I will capture his people and kill them in front of him." Chapter 532. The Duan family occupied half of the entire Wind Moon City. From a distance, it looked like a city within a city. Everyone knew that the Duan family could not be offended, and Sister Peach Blossom happened to be surnamed Duan. Sister Peach Blossom was explaining to Ji Yu. However, she was the daughter of the family, and they were the branch of the family. They had no status in the family at all. Just as the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Duan family, 2 more carriages came from behind. An elegant young man walked out of the carriage. It was Duan Hong. Duan Hong waved the fan in his hand and glanced at the servant beside him. The servant spurred the horse forward a few steps. He shouted at Ji Yu's carriage, "Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't you see? Is this the carriage of the 3rd young master of the Duan family?" Ji Yu frowned. Sister Peach Blossom was about to speak, but Ji Yu covered her mouth. He opened the curtain of the carriage and walked down. "I am an honored guest of the Duan family." An honored guest of the Duan family? The servant looked at Ji Yu with a puzzled expression and asked subconsciously, "Do you have our proof?" Ji Yu took out the jade token that Sister Peach Blossom had given him. The servant saw it. Wasn't this the personal jade token of his young miss? However, it looked like the jade token of the 6th young miss. "Please wait a moment." The servant took the jade token and returned to the front of the carriage. He raised the jade token in his hand and handed it to 3rd young Master Duan. 3rd young Master Duan took the jade token and walked down from the carriage. He walked straight to the front of the carriage and immediately released the aura of a peak Tongxian realm expert. A strong wind blew, and the curtain in front of him was blown up. Sister Peach Blossom's face appeared in front of 3rd young Master Duan. 3rd young Master Duan smiled disdainfully. "When did this family become so unruly? I am the 3rd young master of the Duan family, and you are just a concubine's daughter. Do you still want to walk in front of me?" Sister Peach Blossom's face turned red. Ji Yu glanced coldly at 3rd young Master Duan. However, at this moment, a young man walked out of the door. He was wearing white clothes, and a gust of wind blew over. He smiled slightly. "Third brother, don't be presumptuous." "Sister Peach Blossom." The young man cupped his hands. "Brother Cheng." "Big brother, why are you being so polite to her?" Duan Cheng slapped 3rd young Master Duan's face. "How dare you? She's your sister. Mph, you're just a concubine's young miss. To put it bluntly, you're just a tool for a marriage alliance. What right do you have to be my elder sister?" 3rd young Master Duan snorted and turned to leave. Duan Cheng cupped his hands and said, "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't know how to teach my younger brother. I'm fine." Uncle knew that Sister Peach Blossom had returned, so he specially asked me to go out and welcome her. Then, Duan Cheng found Ji Yu and locked his eyes on Ji Yu. "May I ask who this is?" "His name is Ji Yu. He's my guest." Duan Cheng said politely, "Hello, Ji Gongzi. Please come in." After the 3 of them entered the hall of the side room, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked out. "Dower, you're finally back. If I didn't come back, wouldn't you have sent someone to smash my shop?" The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed Ji Yu. "Who's this young master?" "He's my fiancé, so I won't marry the young master of the Yi family." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened and he stood up in excitement. He covered his chest and said angrily, You prodigal girl." Seeing her father so angry, Sister Peach Blossom's heart softened. She said to him, "Dad, our Ji Gongzi is very powerful." "Oh." The middle-aged man and Duan Cheng looked at Ji Yu at the same time. However, Ji Yu looked very ordinary. Why did she say that he was very powerful? This girl must have said that on purpose because she was afraid that he would hurt him. After all, a father loves his daughter. Forget it. "Kid, let me ask you, who's your father?" "I haven't had a father since I was young." The middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. "That's normal on this continent." "Then where is your family?" "I don't have a family either." "What?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man stood up anxiously. If Ji Yu's family was small, as long as he interceded with his big brother would definitely agree. However, this kid didn't have a family. What should he do? Duan Yang felt that the world was spinning. He sat on the chair and sighed. My daughter, what kind of trouble did you bring me?" Duan Cheng smiled disdainfully. When he saw how cold Ji Yu was, he thought that he must be an expert. It was normal for an expert to have a temper. However, now it seemed that he was just a handsome gigolo. Sixth uncle, I'll take my leave first. As the future head of the family, he wanted to win over every side branch. However, except for the third branch, this Duan San had wanted to replace his position for a long time. After Duan Cheng left the garden of the sixth branch, Duan Yang suddenly put down his cup. Suddenly, Duan Yang put down the cup in his hand. Kid, let me tell you. My precious daughter is going to marry into the Yi family. In the entire Drunken Moon Empire, the Yi family is one of the three great families. Even the royal family has to listen to them. Do you understand? How could Ji Yu not understand? However, when he was in the Qinggang Empire, he was the one who ordered the royal family. As for the concept of the royal family, sorry, Ji Gongzi didn't know. How about this? Our Duan family won't bully you. I'll give you 3 foundation pills and 3,000 gold coins. It's enough for you to go anywhere. Ji Yu said indifferently. I came this time to accompany Sister Peach Blossom. I'll listen to her. Peach Blossom knew that Ji Yu was giving her face. Father, you don't have to say any more. I won't marry anyone except for Ji Yu. Duan Yang was so angry that his eyes widened. He snorted coldly, flung his sleeves, and walked into the room. After Duan Cheng returned home, he told his father everything. Mitch, the son of a lowly thing is still a lowly thing. If you want to find someone, you should find a lowly person. Father, if we can't form a marriage alliance with the Yi family this time, it will have a huge impact on our business. Patriarch Duan thought for a moment. We don't have much time. Let's use Duan San to get rid of him. Yes, father. The next day, Duan San brought a few servants to Ji Yu's room. Ji Gongzi, look at you. Since you're in our Wind Moon City, as the main family, we must take you around. That's good. Sister Peach Blossom said, what do you want? What happened yesterday was my fault. Please don't be angry. Peach Blossom was skeptical, but she didn't stop them in the end. The carriage left Wind Moon City on this trip. They went straight to the outskirts of a mine. This is our most famous mine, but it is said that there are many monsters and bandits inside. Ji Gongzi, please be careful. Third young Master Duan and the servants looked at each other. They walked into the mine with Ji Yu. It was said that because of the existence of monsters, many people were afraid to go. Only the royal family and the Duan family jointly controlled a part of the mountain range. However, this place was already controlled by the monsters. When they walked into the depths of the mine, third young Master Duan took out a small flute from his arms and blew it. The howls of the surrounding demonic beasts could be heard continuously. Third young Master Duan snorted. Kid, you're dreaming if you want to cling to our Duan family. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone ran away. Many fourth-grade monsters in the surroundings gradually approached them. They all revealed fierce gazes and stared at Ji Yu, who was not far away. However, at this moment, Xiao Ji Yu landed from the sky and stood beside Ji Yu. The group of Tier 4 demonic beasts let out a wail and lay on the ground. That Duan guy, should I kill him? Ji Yu smiled. He's just a pawn. I want to know who's behind him. Suddenly, the sound of killing came from not far away. Ji Yu and Xiao Ji Yu flew to the place where the sound came from. They saw a fourth-grade giant lion fighting with a group of men. It was not difficult to see that this group of men were all around the 7th level of the defensive mystic realm. The red-clothed girl at the back of the group was at the 1st level of the Tongxian realm. Miss, we can't hold on any longer. Hurry and leave. That's right, miss. Hurry and leave. A few people shouted at the same time. The red-clothed girl snorted. I will live and die with you. However, at this moment, one of the men found Ji Yu and Xiao Ji Yu standing on a tree and watching the show. Miss, we're saved. I'm not familiar with you. I won't help you. Ji Yu said indifferently. Unexpectedly, the man on the other side suddenly sneered. Who said we need your help? One of the men cut open his palm and let the blood drip onto a piece of meat in his hand. Then, he threw the piece of meat in front of Ji Yu and Xiao Ji Yu. That giant lion pounced towards them. Xiao Ji Yu said indifferently, its bloodline is a little strange. Jiyu made a sound of acknowledgement. When the men saw the giant lion charging towards Jiyu, they were overjoyed and immediately shouted to retreat. Their young miss then led the rest of the men and quickly retreated from the area. When only the two of them were left, Jiyu flew away. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu swung a heavy punch. The giant lion roared, and waves of sound came from its mouth. The surrounding trees all shattered, but the sound waves could not affect Jiyu. Jiyu punched the giant lion's face. The rank 4 giant lion let out a roar, smashing a 5-foot-tall boulder into smithereens. The giant lion felt Jiyu's mystic energy. It was different from the feeling Xiao Jiyu gave it. Jiyu's aura was almost crushing it. With a roar, the giant lion turned its head, wanting to escape. Xiao Jiyu appeared in front of it in the blink of an eye and gently stroked its forehead. The giant lion lay on the ground. This is the whirlwind lion. It's still in its infancy. Chapter 533. It was already so huge when it was still in its infancy. Wouldn't it be able to fly when it reached adulthood? Jiyu muttered in his heart. He patted the lion's head. Bai Tang Tang was the king of all beasts, but it was actually being patted by a human. If this was in the past, it would have already exploded and roared. However, under the suppression of Xiao Gu's power, this king of all beasts had no choice but to lower its head to Jiyu. Jiyu took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring. He poured out a few pills, and the lion's eyes lit up. It quickly licked the pills in Jiyu's hand and even licked its lips happily. Jiyu planned to chase after that group of men. The lion wagged its tail. Xiao Jiyu smiled. It wants you to sit on its back. It says it's willing to become your mount, as long as you continue to feed it those pills in the future. This was a piece of cake for Jiyu. He rode on the lion's back. 3 balls of flames emerged from the lion's legs and circled around its calves. As it ran, the lion directly flew into the air. Jiyu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that a land beast could actually fly. Apart from Xiao Jiyu, this was the first time he saw such a cross-species beast. Soon, the figures of the men appeared in Jiyu's eyes. Jiyu patted the lion lightly, and it suddenly landed in front of the men. They all held their swords and blocked in front of the red-clothed girl. This brat is actually still alive. And he seems to have tamed the lion. Could it be that he wants to kill us? Everyone discussed animatedly and looked at each other. Jiyu said calmly, "Weren't you running very fast just now?" A hint of fear appeared in the men's eyes. "Young master, we were just using a life-saving method. Please forgive us." Yes, no matter who it is, they would do that. The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled up into a smile as she said indifferently, "Then, in order to take revenge on you all, it is very normal for me to kill you all now. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Can you spare our young miss?" Suddenly, the red-clothed girl stepped forward. "Young master, this little girl doesn't dare to speak nonsense. However, as an apology, this little girl is willing to offer the mine to you." Jiyu smirked. "You're going to contribute the mine to me? You don't have the qualifications." The girl in red saw Jiyu's playful expression. He said anxiously, "We have a way to control part of the mineral veins. If he could obtain this mine, he might be able to consolidate Sister Peach Blossom's position in the family. It would also help him find one of the last 2 treasure maps." After the red-clothed girl finished speaking, Jiyu stroked the lion. The lion lowered its head and circled behind Jiyu. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The girl in red cupped her fists and said, "I am Zhao Ying. Greetings, young master. Jiyu. Please follow me, young master." Zhao Ying brought Jiyu and Xiao Jiyu to her home. They were actually located in a village on a cliff. The village was easy to defend and hard to attack. After Jiyu saw them, she said indifferently, "So Miss Zhao is also a bandit." Zhao Ying said, "Although we are the kings of the mountain, we have never done anything to harm the civilians. In this world where mystic strength is the most important, we naturally have to protect ourselves." Jiyu didn't say anything else. 2 middle-aged men walked in. "This is my father, Zhao Qiong. The other is my father's life and death brother, Xiong Di. Zhao Qiong looked at Jiyu in confusion. And this young master intends to cooperate with us. Xiong Di's eyes revealed a fierce light. He seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. Everyone, please rest in our village first. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Xiong Di arranged a room for Jiyu and Xiao Jiyu. When it was night time, a few little girls carried things and placed them on the table. Young master, this is what the second master asked me to deliver. At the same time, in Xiong Di's room, Xiong knelt on the ground. Father, this man won't rape Ying with me, right? Haha, this village was fought for by me and my brothers. Zhao Qiong has been in this position for long enough. In the past, we agreed that the two of you could get married. It's a pity that Zhao Ying doesn't know what's good for her. I've already drugged that brat and that little girl behind him with aphrodisiac. Tonight, you can go and sleep with that little girl. As for Zhao Ying, I've also given her one. Son, I've found 2 wives for you. Thank you, father. What are you still standing here for? After cultivating for a while, Jiyu planned to go out for a stroll. Just as she walked out of the door, suddenly, there was a flash in the grass. Jiyu quickly chased after her. The black shadow suddenly landed in a room. Immediately, some strange sounds came from the room. Why did you come in? Ying, I've missed you for a long time. How dare you? If you continue like this, I'll call for help. Call for help. You'll be obedient under me later. After shouting these words, Jiyu suddenly walked out and smashed the door with a palm strike. Xiong who was inside the door, looked up. He gathered his energy into his hand and transformed it into a large hammer. It was obvious that he was at Tongxian Realm LV5. Brat, how dare you mess with Grandpa's business? He took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiyu. He swung the large hammer in his hand. Jiyu reached out and caught the large hammer in his hand. With a boom, the energy scattered in all directions. Jiyu's hand seemed to have a ball of fire. The fist landed on Xiong-er's body. In a hurry, Xiong-er took out a handful of powder from his pocket. This was the aphrodisiac powder that Xiong Di had given him. After scattering it, Xiong-er hurriedly ran away. Jiyu threw a punch. Xiong-er screamed and flew backward. Jiyu felt a burning sensation. At the same time, Zhao Ying also acted up. She slowly approached Jiyu. Under the influence of passion, Jiyu wantonly took from Zhao Ying's body. Zhao Ying said anxiously, "No, you can't." Jiyu let go of her hand and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. She forced out all the aphrodisiac in her body. Immediately, he became clear-headed. He stood up and poked Zhao Ying a few times. Soon, Zhao Ying also woke up. The two of them looked at each other. Zhao Ying's face turned red. Her body had been touched by Jiyu just now. Xiong Di wanted to see how his son was doing. When he saw Zhao Ying and Jiyu, he knew that his plan had failed. He saw Xiong-er lying on the ground. His 8 extraordinary meridians were all broken. He couldn't help but feel angry. He immediately took Xiong-er back to his village. Tomorrow, his big brother would definitely punish him. He had to make the first move. Jiyu returned to the room. Xiao Gu's face was slightly red. Obviously, she had also taken the aphrodisiac. However, because of Xiao Gu's physique, the aphrodisiac didn't have any effect on her. She even said that she wanted to eat more. Jiyu smiled awkwardly. He patted her head and let her rest. Suddenly, there was a big fire outside the door. Jiyu went out and saw 2 groups of people fighting. Jiyu quickly went to Zhao Ying's room. He saw 2 corpses lying on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Jiyu took a step and arrived at the square in the blink of an eye. Another row of corpses fell. Jiyu reached out and grabbed the 2 people in front of him. The 2 people shouted, "It's that guy. Kill him." Jiyu killed a bandit with a punch. The smell of urine immediately came from the other person. He kicked him, and he knelt on the ground. "Young master, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I'll tell you what you want to know." Jiyu said indifferently, "Where's your young lady?" She was chased to the main hall by second master and his men. Take me there. Yes, young master. Jiyu followed the bandit until they were halfway there. Suddenly, the bandit shouted and 40 to 50 people rushed out from the surrounding area. All of them had murderous looks in their eyes. No matter how strong you are, there are so many of us. Ha ha ha. Where's that girl following you? Hand her over. Otherwise, you won't even have a complete corpse. A faint smile appeared on the faces of the bandits in the lead. Jiyu said indifferently, is that so? A long sword appeared in his hand. He waved it casually and the whole square was filled with screams. The long sword fell. Jiyu was worried about Xiao Gu's situation. Boom. With a loud sound, Xiao Jiyu was already flying in the sky. She grabbed a person's neck with one hand and flung the two bandits away. Then, she looked at Jiyu. Jiyu nodded, indicating that she was fine. She went straight to the main hall. First Master, you didn't do a single thing that you promised me in the past. Your daughter even injured my son to this extent. I'll let it go. Today, you should hand over the position of Fort Master. Don't even think about it. Xiong Di snorted. Since his son didn't have the fortune to enjoy it now, he had to give it to him. Ha ha. Xiong Di punched Zhao Qiong. Zhao Qiong was affected by the bone softening powder and couldn't use his Shen energy. His body went soft and he fell to the ground. Xiong Di grabbed Zhao Ying's hair. Since my son doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it, let me do it. Brothers, when I'm done, it'll be your turn. Bah, shameless. Zhao Ying spat on Xiong Di's face. Xiong Di was enraged and pressed Zhao Ying heavily onto the ground. Little girl, when you're drunk later, don't beg me to do you. Is that so? Jiyu's voice floated in. When Zhao Ying saw Jiyu, it was as if he had seen a god. Catch him. I'm going to do him along with his little girl. Yes, second master. A few bandits gradually approached Jiyu with murderous gazes. Chapter 534. Brat, I advise you to obediently surrender yourself to us. One of the bandits approached Jiyu with a cold look in his eyes. Jiyu said indifferently, that will depend on your abilities. The three of them snorted coldly, and the Shen energy in their hands suddenly turned into spinning blades. They were like darts, and were thrown in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu did not move, but suddenly opened his eyes, and the darts that were flying towards him fell to the ground. What did you do? Why did our Qi gang fall? One of the bandits looked at the Qi gang on the ground in disbelief. No matter how he tried to summon it, the Qi gang could not return to him. The Qi gang was formed by Shen energy, and it was like a gas solidified. However, the solidified Qi gang was connected to the body. Could it be that this kid was so strong that he could completely break the connection between the Shen energy and its owner? The bandits all took a step back. This situation was truly incomprehensible. A part of Jiyu's Qi gang was gradually separated from him. You guys like to play, so I'll play with you. His mental strength instantly covered the entire main hall of the stronghold. The separated Qi gang gradually floated in the air. It turned into the shape of 8 small knives. Under Jiyu's mind, the small knives turned into golden knives and pierced into the body of a bandit. However, even if the bandit had the Qi gang to protect his body and the strength of his defensive profound realm body, when the golden knives pierced into his body, he felt as weak as a piece of tofu. After flying out of his body, it flew into the body of another bandit. From outside, there were screams everywhere in the room. Xiong Di's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he retreated. Don't come over, or I'll kill them. He pointed at Zhao Ying and the seriously injured Zhao Qiong. Jiyu sneered and waved his finger. Suddenly, the 8 golden knives in the air flew towards Xiong Di like arrows. Xiong Di suddenly burst into laughter. You underestimate this old man too much. I have risked my life for the stronghold for so many years. How can I be killed by your little tricks? Rumble. Xiong Di took a heavy step forward, his aura instantly enveloping his entire body. The aura around his body gradually turned purple. It was as if a giant purple bear had covered his body. The giant bear's eyes were burning with a demonic red flame. Ji-yu, I want you dead. Xiong Di started running. The golden saber cut through the sky at this moment. It was as if there was a sound of black iron being scraped by a sharp blade in the air. Clucking sounds could be heard. Xiong Di panted as he half-knelt on the ground. He wanted to rush to Ji-yu, but he didn't expect that he could only kneel on the ground and pant. Ji-yu said lightly, "It's over." "No, it's not over yet." Ji-yu's attack just now had cut off his entire right arm, but now he was still fantasizing that he might still have a chance. Boy, giant bear critical strike. With a loud noise, he gathered all his strength on the only remaining arm and slammed down heavily in the direction of Ji-yu. It's over. A hurricane swept past, and the golden saber completely cut off his other arm. One of the sabers stabbed into his throat. There was a huge gap in strength between Xiong Di and Ji-yu. Perhaps he didn't realize it until the moment of his death. If he knew Ji-yu's strength, he wouldn't have fantasized about the position of Stronghold Master. It was too late for him to worship Ji-yu as his ancestor. Ji-yu immediately walked to Zhao Ying's side, took out a small jade bottle from the storage ring, and poured out 3 pills from it. After Zhao Ying swallowed the 3 pills, his entire body became spirited. When she saw that she was in Ji-yu's arms, her face first turned red, and then she was about to shout the word hooligan, but then she saw that her father was still in the chair. She immediately said to Ji-yu anxiously, "Ji Gongzi, please save my father." Ji-yu walked in front of Zhao Qiong. In the battle just now, Zhao Qiong's muscles and bones had been shattered. No wonder when he came in just now, Zhao Qiong saw that his daughter might be humiliated, but it was useless. He covered Zhao Qiong's body with his spiritual power, felt the fragments of his bones, and used his spiritual power to gradually merge them together. He took out a small medicine bottle from his arms. "The pills in here can help your father grow his bones, but it will take a long time. During this time, you have to be responsible for yourself." Zhao Ying grunted, "Someone come." A few bandits who were still alive walked in and saw that the battle had been decided. Zhao Ying held a long sword and cut off Xiong Di's head. She took it in her hand and threw it to one of the bandits. "Pass down my order. Those who surrender will not be killed." After the bandits accepted the order, they carried Xiong Di's head and ran outside. When the bandits saw this, they all knelt down. Zhao Ying said, "Ji Gongzi, it's late today. Tomorrow, this little girl will personally come to invite young master to talk about what happened before." "Okay, it's a deal." Ji-yu returned to her room, and the night was silent. Waiting for the next morning, Zhao Ying came with 2 maids. "Ji Gongzi, did you sleep well last night?" "Not bad." Zhao Ying clapped her hands, and immediately, a few bandits outside carried a thorny boar and 3 sea immortals. Although these demonic beasts were fierce when they were alive, every big family knew that the meat of these demonic beasts was delicious, and ordinary people couldn't eat it. Among them, there was a plate of wolf meat. This was something that even spirit-profound realm experts couldn't taste. "The village doesn't have anything else to eat, so I can only inconvenience young master to eat this for the time being." Ji-yu thought that this was already very sumptuous, and this breakfast was a bit too greasy. After tasting a few mouthfuls, Ji-yu put down her chopsticks, and the rest of the meat went into Xiaogu's mouth. This little girl was still in a growing state. As for Ji-yu's new mount, the giant lion, it also had a share of the soup and ate a meal. After breakfast, Zhao Ying brought Ji-yu and Xiao Ji-yu out, and walked into a dense forest. "Young master, after we pass through this dense forest, we will reach the mining area." The group quickly passed through the deep forest, and before them stood a series of caves. It was unknown how many years ago these caves were left behind by their predecessors. Zhao Ying introduced, "This mining area is divided into 4 areas: north, south, east, and west. There are many demonic beasts in the caves in the north, east, and west, so it is considered an unoccupied area. As for the caves in the north, they are divided into different areas by our 18 Strongholds Alliance. However, the Duan clan and Wind Moon City's Manor Lord are part of it. So that's the case," Ji-yu said indifferently, "I want to help you unify this mining area." What? Zhao Ying's small mouth was so big that it could fit an egg. Young master, don't joke around. The other 17 strongholds spent a lot of money to hire many Tongxian realm experts. The most powerful one is at the peak of the Tongxian realm. Which faction is the most powerful? Jiyu didn't seem to hear Zhao Ying's advice, and just asked her directly who was the most powerful person here. Zhao Ying couldn't do anything to Jiyu, and smiled helplessly. The Wang clan should be the most powerful in our 18 strongholds alliance. Bring me there. Seeing that Jiyu didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Ying immediately ordered one of her maids to go back and pass down her orders to mobilize everyone. When the bandits in the stronghold received this news, they were all shocked. The second young master had just disappeared a few days ago, and now the head of the clan was still lying in his room with broken arms and legs. If the eldest young mistress continued to act recklessly, wouldn't the entire stronghold be finished? A few large groups of people gathered together and quickly ran towards the Wang clan stronghold. Jiyu and Zhao Ying stood in front of the Wang clan stronghold. The Wang clan's head bandit walked out from inside. Seeing that Zhao Ying brought along a maid, a youngster dared to come to their stronghold. After receiving news of Xiong Di's rebellion, everyone had some thoughts about the Zhao clan stronghold. In fact, this morning, the 17 Strongholds Alliance had already taken over the Zhao clan stronghold's territory. The Wang clan stronghold head stepped forward. Isn't this our niece Zhao? How is Zhao Qiong? Is he all right? Zhao Ying said indifferently, Xiong Di's rebellion caused my father to be heavily injured. Oh, is that so? As an uncle, I also feel bad about what happened to your family. How about this? You are my niece. As long as you are willing to marry my son, our two families will become one family. In the future, won't we have the final say in the 18 Strongholds Alliance? This one has the same intention. Oh, is what you said true? But this niece has an even better suggestion. Haha, let's talk nicely, let's talk nicely. Zhao Ying said valiantly, let's talk nicely. Why don't uncle lead the Wang clan stronghold to join our Zhao clan, and I will find someone else to marry your son? Old man Wang's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. Little girl, I gave you face, but you don't want it. He jumped down from the wall of the stronghold, and a large iron hammer appeared in his hand. He swung it heavily in the direction of Zhao Ying. He knew Zhao Ying's strength, and this hammer could seal her Xian energy. When the time comes to capture her, wouldn't he be afraid that the Zhao clan stronghold would not surrender? Unexpectedly, Jiyu also moved. In a flash, she appeared in front of Zhao Ying. A fist landed. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Old Master Wang's artifact shattered into pieces. How is this possible? This is a third-grade artifact. Who exactly are you? Jiyu, your future master. Suddenly, Jiyu's Xian energy surged. Old Master Wang knew that he was not her opponent, and sat on the ground, trembling. Jiyu said indifferently, I want you to surrender, is that possible? Ji Gongzi said so, naturally there is no problem. Chapter 535. When Boss Wang asked the people in the village to meet the new leader. Everyone looked at Jiyu, who was sitting on the main seat, and trembled. They thought that Boss Wang was joking. How could they let a kid who was not even 18 years old be their leader? But when they felt the terrifying Xian energy on Jiyu, they immediately understood and knelt on the ground. Greetings, leader. Jiyu said indifferently, pass down my order, gather all the leaders of the other 16 villages here. I have something to discuss with them. Zhao Ying saw Jiyu's evil face and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This guy was too cunning. Once the leaders came, they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. After Jiyu finished speaking, she went back to her room to rest. Zhao Ying brought 2 maids and placed the food in front of Jiyu. Jiyu said indifferently, your strength is too weak now. How are you going to help me manage the mine in the future? Zhao Ying's face turned red. Who wants to help you manage it? This was something that a husband and wife would say. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying's face turned even redder. Jiyu held Zhao Ying's hand. The mine will be managed by your Zhao village in the future. About that night, Millimeter, Zhao Ying shyly nodded and got up to leave. Jiyu pulled her to her side. Jiyu covered Zhao Ying with a blanket. The night was silent. Jiyu didn't do anything inappropriate. She just wanted to keep this beautiful moment until she reached adulthood. The next day, Boss Wang knocked on the door with a smile on his face. When he saw Zhao Ying come out, he smiled and said, "Leader, did you sleep well last night?" Jiyu lightly nodded. Boss Wang lowered his head and said, "The leaders of the 16 villages have come to our Wang village. What do you think?" He made a slicing motion on his neck. Jiyu shook his head, "No." He personally walked to the center of the hall, and immediately, everyone stopped talking. We all heard that the Wang family village had a new master, and it was a young man who was still wet behind the ears. Who would have thought that it was true? When a bushy-browed burly man saw Jiyu, he immediately gave Jiyu a show of strength. Everyone in the hall laughed along with him. Jiyu glanced at him, and the chi aura around his body suddenly gathered at one point. The chi aura turned into an iron fist, and heavily punched the opponent. A loud bang was heard. The thick-browed man fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. And this was Jiyu deliberately holding back. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Is this the strength of the spirit profound realm? The other 15 fort chiefs almost died on the spot when they saw Fort Chief Nyo, who had stood out, being hit by Jiyu's attack. Jiyu said slowly, "From today onwards, I want you to submit to the Zhao clan. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. They lowered their heads and said, "This young master already has the strength of the spirit profound realm. Even if we work together, we are still no match for him. But, if we submit to the Zhao clan just like that, how will our subordinates obey?" Jiyu said calmly, "In the future, Zhao Ying will be in charge of everyone." Last night, Jiyu gave Zhao Ying 7 rank 4 pills, which directly pushed his strength to the peak of the Tongxian realm. A very mature chi aura spear appeared in Zhao Ying's hand. Everyone came to a sudden realization and immediately lowered their heads. Greetings to Master Ji and Second Master Zhao. Good. Jiyu said the word good heavily. "If you submit to me, I will not treat you unfairly. As for why I want to work with you, it is because I want to fully recover the mining area." What? That's impossible. Even if Master has the strength of the spirit profound realm, it is still impossible. Everyone thought that Jiyu was so young. Even if he was a genius, he should at most be at the first level of the spirit profound realm. The demonic beasts inside were equivalent to the 3rd level of the spirit profound realm. Wasn't this the same as sending them to their deaths? We don't dare to do that. That's right, First Master, you can't send us to our deaths for nothing. Jiyu looked at their questioning and slowly said, "Of course not. In short, listen to me. It is not a dream to have the entire mining area in our hands." Everyone fell into deep thought. If what Jiyu said was true, then their future would be incomparably bright. Then we will listen to First Master. We are willing to listen to First Master. After the various fort masters returned to their own forts, they quickly mobilized their forces. Furthermore, they prepared the siege weapons to deal with the various aristocratic families. When seeing these siege weapons, Jiyu took out dozens of talismans. She pasted these talismans on the siege weapons. For a moment, countless runes appeared on the weapons. Jiyu had already added a formation on them. Just like that, thousands of people arrived at the mining area in an aggressive manner. Deep in the mining area, a huge snake that had been sleeping for a long time suddenly opened its eyes. It let out a roar. Dozens of huge white snakes appeared in front of it. With another roar, these huge white snakes seemed to have received some kind of order. They slithered their bodies and disappeared into the mine. Outside the mining area, after passing through the human-occupied area, there was no protection of the formation in the surroundings. Various colored profound stones were hanging on the stone walls. The rich profound energy made the fort masters of each fort swallow a mouthful of saliva. If these profound stones were to be sold in the market, how many gold coins could they exchange for? With these gold coins, how many beauties could they obtain? Thinking of this, everyone swallowed another mouthful of saliva. The fort master of the 17th fort, Kwong Nyo, shouted, "Brothers, carry these treasures back." Wait. Jiyu's words were too late. A few bandits at the front had already removed the profound stones. As soon as they touched the profound stones, the top of the mine shook slightly. Dozens of spiders fell to the ground one after another and spat out spider webs from their mouths. Those bandits didn't have time to react at all and were enveloped by the spider webs. They could only hear their screams. Then they were taken back by these spiders with the spider webs. When they were spat out, they had already become dry corpses. Every one of these men had spent their lives in the midst of blood and gore. Even they had never seen such a horrible scene. Some of the timid ones couldn't bear it anymore and started to vomit. Jiyu frowned. He looked at the mad lion. The mad lion seemed to be very interested in these spiders. It licked its tongue. Jiyu patted its head. The giant lion was very used to Jiyu's patting. After a roar, he rushed forward impatiently. A spider couldn't escape to its companion's side in time. It was trampled under the giant lion's foot. The giant lion bit off its head in one bite. The remaining few small spiders roared at Jiyu one after another. Then they ran to the front of a big spider. A big spider jumped down, roaring as it kept stepping on several tentacles. The mine began to shake. The mad lion's huge body still seemed incomparably small in front of the spider. The mad lion curled up its body and came to Jiyu's side. Jiyu patted its head. In the blink of an eye, it came in front of the five-eyed giant spider. It threw a punch. It hit the five-eyed giant spider's stomach directly. The giant spider roared and its stomach exploded. Countless green liquid splashed everywhere. Some bandits who couldn't dodge in time were splashed by the liquid. White smoke rose from their bodies and they rolled on the ground with screams. Soon, there was no sound, and white bones appeared on the corpses. Jiyu's body was protected by chi aura and was not affected at all. The giant lion, on the other hand, was very happy. It walked over and devoured the giant spider in no time. The surrounding bandits who saw this swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Jiyu was so powerful, who would have thought that the pet he raised was also different? But this time, no one dared to have the thought of making a wrong judgment. After tidying up, Jiyu immediately set up a formation at the entrance of the mine. It completely protected this place. Zhao Ying took out the map. The remaining area was divided into a total of 10 parts. What Jiyu and the others had currently occupied was merely a very small portion of it. However, because the strength of these bandits had not reached the spirit profound realm, Jiyu would not let them die in vain. She could only lead them to the entrance of the 10th mine. Jiyu used his mental power to penetrate the ground. When he found out where there were abundant profound stones, he suddenly punched out. A loud bang sounded, and the mountain in front of him shook violently. A huge hole appeared in the ground. The bandits immediately used tools to fix the hole. Jiyu looked behind him, pointed at the giant crossbows and said, "Use these to open the way." Pushing the giant crossbows in, strange laughter could be heard from the surroundings. The laughter seemed to come from a human. All the bandits gathered their profound chi in their hands. They looked around vigilantly. Jiyu said indifferently, "Be careful." Dozens of Tongxian realm bandits immediately covered their bodies with their chi aura. As for the remaining defensive profound realm bandits, they held their weapons and looked around cautiously. The tempered body realm bandits were not so lucky. They did not know when the scythe of the Grim Reaper would fall on their heads. Suddenly, several black shadows flashed past. A few tempered body realm bandits were thrown into the air. When they fell again, their bodies and heads were separated. Jiyu released his mental power again. He only sensed that there were more than 20 apes hanging around the cave. Release. Following Jiyu's shout. A few tempered body realm bandits who were pushing the crossbows heavily hit the crossbows with the hammers in their hands. The long arrows on the crossbows flew out with strong profound chi. Chapter 536. Dozens of angry arrows were fired at the same time. Using the light of the fire, they lit up the mine. Everyone could clearly see that the giant apes in front of them all had 3 eyes on their foreheads. 3-eyed giant apes. Heavens, it's the 3-eyed giant apes. Why would they appear here? In the blink of an eye, the crossbow bolts had already arrived in front of the 3-eyed giant apes. The mysterious energy on the crossbow bolts displayed a super strong power. A giant ape patted its chest, as if the crossbow bolts in front of it were not scary at all. It even provocatively patted its red buttocks in front of the people in front of it. Unexpectedly, a crossbow bolt was inserted in its chrysanthemum. Seeing this scene, the bandits all sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. God, this is really too scary. This is too painful. After taking a deep breath, this crossbow bolt directly penetrated its chrysanthemum. The rest of the crossbow bolts hit the 3-eyed giant apes one after another. The apes fell in a pool of blood for a moment. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the 10th district. A series of loud footsteps were heard. A giant ape that was taller than 3 people ran out of the mine. Seeing that its tribe had suffered so much damage, the giant 3-eyed giant ape let out a roar of anger. It was as if it was very unhappy with this group of people who invaded its territory. The 3-eyed giant ape hammered the ground heavily. The surroundings shook violently for a moment, and the surrounding bandits fell to the ground. It suddenly rushed forward and swept the ballista with its claws. The crossbow bolt's array suddenly produced a halo of light. Under the impact of the fist, it immediately turned into fragments. A few of the crossbow bolts immediately turned into fragments. Zhao Ying took a step forward with the long spear in his hand. Ji Yu took out a scroll from his body. This was a scroll that he specially wrote for his mysterious skill. Zhao Ying instantly learned the 100-bird spear technique. The spear technique was displayed in the air. In the space between the man and the beast, a huge net was opened. The 3-eyed giant ape's ugly face suddenly cracked into a smile. As if it was mocking Zhao Ying. The mysterious skill suddenly hit the giant ape's body. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The 3-eyed giant ape retreated a single step, but Zhao Ying coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. She staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Ji Yu grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Zhao Ying's heart warmed. Ji Yu gently said to him, "Go back and rest, leave the rest to me." The giant ape patted its chest. As if it was provoking Ji Yu. Its 3 eyes all turned red, charging towards Ji Yu. Ji Yu's chi shield appeared on his body. 2 fists at the same time. The 3-eyed giant ape is at the 2nd level of the spirit profound realm. Let's not talk about profound strength first. Even the opponent's body is superior. The 2 of them are exchanging fists. I'm afraid Boss G is in trouble. Boss G was so powerful just now, he might be able to defeat him. Their fists collided, and a catcher sound was heard from the 3-eyed giant ape's arm. Many of its bones were shattered. Ji Yu then heavily kicked the 3-eyed giant ape's chest. The 3-eyed giant ape's sternum was shattered. Ji Yu picked up Zhao Ying's spear. Daring to hurt his people was simply courting death. The spear in Ji Yu's hand pierced through the opponent's chest. A few bones flew out. Ji Yu landed on the ground. He didn't expect the 3-eyed giant ape's vitality to be so strong. He took 2 steps back and roared towards the sky. Inside his chest, a heart glowed with 7 colors. Heart of the 7 orifices. Ji Yu's eyes widened. He didn't expect to find such a good medicinal ingredient here. Holding the spear in his hand, Ji Yu landed on the ground after a few leaps. Then, he directly swung his sword. Another ray of light flashed, and blood flowed everywhere. Ji Yu grabbed hold of the 3-eyed giant ape's heart of the 7 orifices and dug out the heart. The 3-eyed giant ape roared and groaned in a low voice. Its whole body fell into a pool of blood. Ji Yu looked at the heart of the 7 orifices in his hand and put it into his storage ring. A few bandits came out one after another. They divided up the various treasures on the monster's body. If these things were placed on their own treasures, their strength would increase by another level. Ji Yu set up a formation around the area. Several bandit clans sent people to guard this place for a long time. Ji Yu led everyone out of the cave. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Several white giant snakes flew into the sky and turned into 7 or 8 handsome men. Audacious human, you dare to invade the territory of our white snake clan? Ji said indifferently, this place is mine now. I knew these humans were greedy. Big brother, let me kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of silver light flashed. The white snake's 7th brother turned into a ray of silver light and charged toward the crowd. A few bandits at the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm took a step forward. A long spear appeared in their hands. Rays of light of various colors cut through the air. When the rays of light dissipated, those bandits at the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm were bleeding profusely. It looked like they were about to die. The 17 fort masters of the mysterious cloud strongholds all sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly rushed forward and pulled their people behind them. Ji quickly ran out of the crowd. The crowd retreated to the sides. That snake man felt the terrifying aura on Ji's body. At this moment, the snake man in the air landed on the ground and a long spear appeared in his hand. He closed in on Ji. Ji snorted coldly. She suddenly released her mystic skill. 8 snake men were cut in half by Ji's sword. They reverted to their original forms and writhed on the ground. Long live Ji Gongzi. Boss Ji, well done. As expected of our boss Ji. The crowd heard these words. Suddenly, thunder roared. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the bandits. Ji Gongzi, be careful behind you. Boss Ji, be careful. They pointed at Ji's direction with trembling fingers. Ji looked around. The white snake's body, which had just been cut in half, was writhing. The 2 halves of its body were floating in the air. As it writhed, the lower half of its body grew out. The original body was spurting out corrosive white liquid. At this moment, the white liquid flew toward Ji's direction. At this moment, Ji's aura covered his body. The liquid passed through her aura shield in an instant. She suddenly retreated. It seemed that these white snakes would not die from being cut in half. Ji's heart stirred. Suddenly, the mystic energy in her hand increased. The mystic energy merged into the long sword. Blazing flame sword technique. Ji shouted. This was what Ji learned when she saw Zhao Ying practicing her mystic skill last night. Zhao Ying did not expect Ji to be able to learn her family's mystic skill. And it seemed that even her ancestor was not as good as Ji. Suddenly, several flames appeared in the air. Like a fireball, they flew in the direction of the white snakes. The flames fell on the white snakes. Then, it quickly wrapped him up. The white snakes hissed as if they were being swallowed by the flames. After a few screams, the white snakes fell to the ground. Ji quickly took out all their inner cores. However, at this moment, a shrill cry rang through the sky. The surrounding bandits stopped what they were doing. Their bodies trembled as they asked the person beside them, What is going on? A loud rumbling sound rang out. A huge black snake flew into the sky. A pair of wings spread out from its back, blocking the entire sun. How dare you kill my people? The voice belonged to a woman. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth. A thick black fog gradually spread out. Wherever the black fog went, everything was swallowed up. When it reappeared, it had already turned into a cloud of ash. Ji's iron fist smashed down heavily in the direction of the giant black snake. Her aura shield could not block the white liquid. But it could block the black fog. The giant serpent did not expect that either. After flying through the darkness, Ji suddenly leaped into the air and swung a heavy punch. The giant snake's body emitted a golden light. The fist and the golden light collided. The light scattered in all directions. After breaking the giant snake's golden shield, Ji landed on the giant snake's back. The giant snake immediately sensed Ji's body. It twisted its body violently and flew in the air at a high speed. The wind whistled in Ji's ears. The giant snake's speed was faster than the wind. It instantly cut Ji's aura shield. The wind was like a scythe, constantly scraping Ji's body. Ji gritted her teeth and held on. The long spear in her hand stabbed into the giant snake's back. The giant snake let out a sad cry. It lost the ability to fly and slid to the ground. It kept twisting its body, trying to throw off the person on its back. However, Jiyu seemed to be attached to its body. No matter how the giant snake moved, it could not throw her off. Seeing a huge boulder, the giant snake suddenly jumped up and rammed its back into the boulder. Rows of trees fell down one after another. Jiyu jumped up. She moved the dark energy in her hand. The long spear that was on the black snake's back flew out and landed in her hand. Jiyu became one with the spear. With the spear as the lead, she stood upside down in the air. Her body spun rapidly. With a shocking speed, she cut through the sky and stabbed the long spear into the giant snake's back. The giant snake wailed again. Its body glowed with white light and gradually turned into a human. However, it was still exhausted and turned into a beautiful girl. Chapter 537. Jiyu walked forward with a long sword in his hand. The snake girl raised her head and looked at Jiyu in front of her. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Looking at her appearance, she shouldn't be a threat to him. Jiyu said indifferently, "Come with me." The girl looked at Jiyu. For some reason, her heart was filled with hatred. Suddenly, she spat out a long sword from her mouth and stabbed in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his hand and caught the long sword in his hand. "If you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite. Your mining area should be used by the human race." The girl looked at Jiyu in a daze. He wasn't a person who killed indiscriminately. He just took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and handed it to the girl. "If you don't have a place to stay, you can go to the Kanglan Empire." After saying that, Jiyu returned to the crowd. They saw that Jiyu was so powerful. The head of the household is the head of the household. Such a powerful demon beast was killed by the boss. Jiyu waved his hand. The other people in the village quickly walked into the remaining 9 mining areas. After a careful inspection, several leaders of the strongholds knelt in front of Jiyu and reporting to the leader, "We have already scouted the mining area. There are only some low-level demonic beasts left inside. We can deal with them." Jiyu nodded. The rest of the people knelt on the ground and said yes. The group of bandits quickly occupied the remaining mining areas. Jiyu cast a powerful formation in the mining area, locking all the entrances and exits. Unless one had the flag made by Jiyu, no one could enter. After returning to the village, a few soldiers in charge of collecting information came back to report. "Leader of Chiyun, it is now the mining time. Next, the major families will send people into their respective mining areas. What should we do?" Jiyu pondered for a moment. Other than his relationship with Zhao Ying, the other reason he took over the mine was because of Sister Peach Blossom. If the Duan family could become the spokesperson of the mine, Sister Peach Blossom's status in the family would definitely increase. "Intercept them all at the foot of the mountain." "Yes, Master." In Wind Moon City, every year during the mining season, the demonic beasts were at their weakest. Therefore, the Duan clan in Wind Moon City would send people to invite array formation experts. They would also hold a banquet and invite the various aristocratic families to come. The purpose was to unite the strength of the various aristocratic families. He wanted them to open up a path for the mining area so that they could take advantage of the time when the demonic beasts were weak to transport all the stones back. This year was no exception. The master of the Duan clan held a banquet in Wind Sweeping Restaurant. All the aristocratic families in the city came one after another. Before he could open his mouth, the various aristocratic families spoke first. "Big Brother Duan, since you've spoken, we'll listen to you, just like before." Old Master Duan nodded in satisfaction while Duan Cheng seemed to be thinking about something. He knocked on Duan Third Master's head. Duan San's head hurt. "Big Brother, why did you hit me? Where's Sister Peach Blossom's friend?" "How would I know? I took him to see our mining area, but he said that he wanted to play by himself for 2 days. He doesn't know what's good for him. Maybe he's in the stomach of some demonic beast now." How could Duan Cheng not understand the meaning behind his words? He was afraid that this brat had secretly killed Jiyu. He felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. Jiyu gave him a very dangerous feeling. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the masters of the various aristocratic families returned. They agreed to enter the mining area together the next day. As for Sister Peach Blossom, who was waiting in the Duan clan, she was burning with anxiety. Why did she go out to help Jiyu gather information? But when she returned, Jiyu was gone. She asked her father, who shook his head. She asked Duan Cheng, who said that it was Duan San who took him out. Sister Peach Blossom came to Duan San's room aggressively. Duan San said with disdain, "Didn't you say that brat has some ability? Maybe he can leave the mining area safely." Although Jiyu had unified the entire Drunken Moon City with his own strength, he was still able to do so. However, he was also gradually encroaching. Right now, who knew how many demonic beasts were in the mining area? What should I do? What should I do? It was undeniable that Sister Peach Blossom had some selfish motives when she contacted Jiyu. She wanted to use his powerful strength to raise her status in the family. However, after this period of time, Sister Peach Blossom really liked this brat. If something happened to Jiyu, what should she do? Jiyu had just left Zhao Ying's room. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past. Earth rank mystic skill? Jiyu snorted coldly in his heart and took a step back like lightning. It was a young girl transformed from a giant snake. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she stabbed her sword in Jiyu's direction. An earth rank mystic skill was the strongest mystic skill that the young girl could use now. However, in front of Jiyu, it was simply child's play. Jiyu grabbed the young girl's hand and said to her indifferently, "If you come again, I won't be polite anymore." The young girl snorted coldly and opened her mouth. A ball of thick fog was slowly spat out from her mouth. The black fog gradually arrived in front of Jiyu. Jiyu's mental strength was extremely strong, but under the influence of this black fog, her consciousness started to blur. However, Jiyu hit the young girl's acupuncture point heavily. After the acupuncture point was hit, the black fog in the young girl's mouth gradually turned green. Jiyu only felt a ball of evil fire rising from under her body. Jiyu pulled her over. His hands also started to become restless. He pulled the young girl and ran into an empty room at the side. Only the sounds of the young girl struggling could be heard. The next morning, Jiyu was still sleeping soundly. The young girl looked at Jiyu coldly. She slowly put on the clothes on the bed and said, "One day, I will kill you." Then, her figure disappeared in a flash. Xiao Jiyu stretched her clothes lazily and felt the change in mystic energy around her. She immediately broke open the door. She was suspended in the air. She stopped the young girl. The young girl turned her head and said indifferently, "I haven't seen the Dragon of Calamity for a long time. You know me. I know you. Are you also by this little bastard?" "Sister, what are you talking about?" The young girl was stunned. It seemed that Xiao Jiyu didn't know anything. It was a blessing that she didn't know. "You tell him that one day, I will kill him with my own hands. At that time, even you can't protect him." "Sister, are you a seven-colored heavenly snake?" The young girl stopped. "Yes." When Jiyu woke up, Xiao Jiyu told Jiyu everything about the seven-colored heavenly snake. What is a seven-colored heavenly snake? It is said that the seven-colored heavenly snake is a descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. However, because they have lived on land for a long time, they don't have the aura of a dragon. After they break through the life and death realm, they can transform into dragons. So that's how it is. Yesterday, by chance, Jiyu seemed to have done something wrong, especially when she woke up and saw the bright red color on the bed. He coughed dryly. Right at this moment, the Wang village's village master knocked on the door anxiously. "Master of the mysterious clouds, are you awake?" Perhaps others didn't know about the commotion last night, but this old guy heard it clearly. As for Xiao Jiyu, because he was cultivating, he didn't notice it either. "What's wrong?" "Master of the mysterious clouds, it's not good. They're fighting under the mountain." Jiyu put on her clothes and walked out of the room. "How's the situation?" The people from the Nyo village, Fire Cloud village, and Zhao village stopped them outside the mine's formation. However, not only did they not listen to our advice, they even injured our people. They can break my formation? Jiyu didn't quite believe it. Not yet, but I saw that they invited a few third-rank array masters, and they broke into the array in no time. As they spoke, Jiyu and the others arrived in front of the formation. He gradually released his mental power and enveloped the array formation. The various aristocratic families had basically sent their most outstanding disciples and servants. Sister Peach Blossom was also inside. Jiyu came up with a plan. She wore her black clothes and covered her head with a hat. She also entered the formation. Countless 8 trigrams hung in all directions. The crowd was trapped in a high platform. A few formation masters scratched their heads, but they couldn't think of what to do. Jiyu pulled Sister Peach Blossom to her side. Let go. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Jiyu chuckled. I didn't expect Sister Peach Blossom to lose so much weight in just a few days. Wasn't that Jiyu's voice? Sister Peach Blossom was stunned and immediately turned her head. Where did you go? Don't you know that I was worried? Jiyu grinned. All right, Sister Peach Blossom, I'll bring you out first. What about them? Let them stay here for a while. However, at this moment, a person not far from them slowly said, Kid, did you just say that you can go out? Immediately, everyone looked in Jiyu's direction. One of them said, I know this little friend. I saw Peach Blossom come back with him in the carriage that day. Immediately, everyone looked at Jiyu as if they were looking at a gigolo. So it's the son-in-law of the Duan family. Ha ha ha. They immediately laughed out loud. That's right. How dare you believe that a son-in-law who lives in the family has a way to break the formation? The rest of the people looked at Jiyu. Jiyu said casually, I just want to take Sister Peach Blossom away. You can leave if you want. The formation masters felt that Jiyu's words were the biggest humiliation to them. One of the youths in green stepped forward. Young master, since you said so, you must have a way to break the formation. Why don't you tell us and we can discuss it together? Jiyu didn't look at them at all. When the youth in green saw that Jiyu didn't give him any face, he was furious. He snorted coldly and a 4-sided flag appeared in his hand. On it were the words North, South, East, and West. Formation, rise. Immediately, 4 flags appeared in front of Jiyu. A thick fog wrapped around her. Chapter 538. The thick fog dissipated. Jiyu found herself in a sea of fire. The scorching heat quickly rushed toward Jiyu. With a thought, he covered his entire body with chi force. Suddenly, the young man's voice filled the air. This is the endless hell. Kid, you can turn into ashes in this endless hell. Ha 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 ha. When the formation masters released the flag, Jiyu disappeared. Sister Peach Blossom scolded angrily, where is he? Let him out. Sister Peach Blossom was anxious. If anything happened to Jiyu, she would make these people die with Jiyu. Peach Blossom, don't be rude. Now, the hope of getting out was on these formation masters. Peach Blossom had fallen out with the formation masters because of this nameless kid. What if he didn't bring them along later? My daughter is ignorant. Please don't take offense. Old Master Duan and the formation masters said politely. The young man said calmly, I'm Liu Qing. I think Miss was anxious just now. I saw that young master was talking nonsense, so I taught him a lesson. I will let him out later. If it was anyone else, they would be disabled for life even if they didn't die after being burned in his formation for so long. Suddenly, the young man's face flushed red. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which coincidentally landed on Old Master Duan. Jiyu flew out of nowhere and landed on the ground. The young man knelt on the ground. He never expected that Jiyu could break his formation. He waved his hand casually. A flag flew out, followed by a flash of silver light. Liu Qing was nowhere to be found. At this time, Liu Qing was deep in an endless sea. He couldn't go up or down. The sea water quickly dug out the air in his stomach. Gradually, Liu Qing sank to the bottom of the sea. The Liu family was a family of formation masters. When they saw their genius youth disappear, they became anxious. "Kid, where did you put my people?" An old man reprimanded loudly. Jiyu said calmly, "Noisy." He raised his hand, and the old man disappeared. The remaining few array master clans did not dare to say anything. Jiyu held Sister Peach Blossom's hand, looked around, and walked straight over. The rest of the people looked at each other and followed Jiyu out. When they reappeared, they were already at the foot of the mining area. All the great worlds were amazed. Old Master Duan was so excited that he couldn't speak. Who would have thought that his precious daughter would pick up such a big treasure like Jiyu? Furthermore, he was an array formation master. If his daughter could marry him, perhaps their line would be able to occupy a place in the Duan family. Young master is really young and capable, to be able to walk out of such a complicated array so easily. That's right. The Liu family really doesn't know what's good for them. Aren't they just asking for trouble by going against young master? "Young master, would you mind coming to my house for a chat?" Master Duan coughed dryly. With Sister Peach Blossom's appearance just now, how could everyone not know the relationship between this young master and the Duan clan? Now that Master Duan wanted to personally rope him in, it was normal. Looking at her father's expression, Sister Peach Blossom felt helpless in her heart. Just now, he looked like he could just die if he wanted to, but now he was rushing forward to rope him in. "Little friend, you haven't gone out for a walk in the past few days. Why don't this old man treat you to a walk in this city later?" Jiyu said calmly, "Thank you, Master Duan. I wonder if the Yi family will mind." With such a precious array formation master, there was no need to worry about them not being able to support them. As for the original marriage alliance, it was just borrowing the prestige of other people's clans to strengthen themselves. Now that they had such a treasure, why would they be afraid of others? The little girl of the Yi family never liked this. If this engagement is ruined, then so be it. Sister Peach Blossom never expected that the engagement that she had been worried about would end just like that. Jiyu smiled and winked at Sister Peach Blossom. There were still a few aristocratic families who remembered the purpose of this trip. "Master Duan, Ji Gongzi, what should we do now?" "That's right. We came here to obtain the mining area. We can't go back empty-handed, right? Why don't we ask your young master to help us break the array formation? We'll have to trouble Master Duan and Ji Gongzi to do it as soon as possible." Although they were talking to Master Duan on the surface, they were actually asking Jiyu. Jiyu said calmly, "Since that's the case, then I won't be polite." "Of course. Ji Gongzi, there's no need to be polite. Break the damn array formation." That's right. Ji Gongzi is young and promising. We'll have to trouble Ji Gongzi." Just as everyone was talking, a group of people suddenly walked out of the mining area. It was Master Wang who had specially gone to invite reinforcements from the 5 strongholds. When they saw their master confronting this group of people, they immediately went behind Jiyu in order to give their master some face. How could the aristocratic families not recognize the people from the strongholds? Every year at this time, the people from the strongholds would trade with them. Aren't they the masters of the Windy Moon City? Perhaps because their master was talking about business, everyone immediately thought of the crux of the matter and knelt on the ground. Master of the 5 strongholds, Tai Nyo. Master of the 6 strongholds, Go Dan. Master of the 7 strongholds, Wang Bo. Master of the 8 strongholds, Xiao Feng. Greetings, Master of the Mysterious Cloud. Greetings, Master of the Mysterious Cloud. Everyone bowed to Jiyu in unison. When did the 18 strongholds of the Mysterious Cloud have a master? The masters of the aristocratic families all sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this young man could walk out of the array formation so easily. Could it be that this array formation was set up by him? The 18 strongholds of the Mysterious Cloud was a huge force. Even in the Drunken Moon country, they could form a country of their own. What kind of good son-in-law did his precious daughter take a fancy to? Master Duan was incomparably excited in his heart. This is great. His son-in-law is so awesome. Then, in this mine, how could he not get a lot of benefits? Jiyu said indifferently, since everyone is anxious, then I won't waste everyone's time. The master of the mine has been expelled by me. Now, it can be said that the 10 districts of the mine are under the control of my 18 strongholds of the mysterious cloud. You can go in and mine at any time. What? The news that Gu announced was like a bolt from the blue, resounding in everyone's heart. This was too terrifying. This brat was actually able to expel the king of the demonic beasts that was comparable to the spirit profound realm? This was simply an inconceivable existence. They looked at each other, as if they were thinking about something. Gu said indifferently, but for this, our 18 strongholds of the mysterious cloud also paid a huge price. So, Gu was going to raise the price. Everyone held their breath and waited. From today onwards, the masters of the various families are not allowed to sell the mines. Moreover, I will establish the Alchemist Guild and Armament Guild in the Windy Moon City. The mines can only belong to these 2 guilds. May I ask, young master, what is the use of our mines? What use? Gu smiled lightly. These people had completely fallen into her trap. Similarly, you can divide the mines into different areas and collect ores. You only need to hand over 5% of the ores. As for the rest, you are free to choose. You can choose to take it home and use it to make artifacts, but you can't sell it. All of us already have artifacts. Moreover, although it is beneficial to cultivate with this stone, it can't be used for long. Our Alchemist Guild will provide you with a certain amount of pills for free. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. One had to know that in the Drunken Moon Empire, although there were wine masters, they had always been alone and didn't have an official guild. Therefore, it was wishful thinking for them to be like the other empires and obtain pills to improve their cultivation. As a result, the Drunken Moon Empire had always been the weakest of the several empires. Everyone looked at each other. In their hearts, they were debating what to do next. Gu calmly said, "We will provide you with pills and artifacts for free." There was even a bejeweled weapon. This was simply too crazy. Gu also thought of writing a letter to the House of Martial Arts to have them set up a branch and take in some of the disciples here. The noble families all agreed. Master Duan smiled and walked over to Gu's side. "Young friend, what should we do?" Gu glanced at him. "There is a place for the Duan family in the 10 sectors." Master Duan let out a sigh of relief. Now he had something to report when he returned. However, when he saw how powerful Gu was, he had long since thrown the Duan family's interests to the back of his mind. He was from a branch family, and with this son-in-law in the future, all of the family's interests would have to stand aside. Duan Cheng looked at Gu and began to ponder. Sister Peach Blossom walked over and took Gu's hand. She whispered in his ear, "When did you become the master of the mysterious Cloud Empire?" After experiencing the rainbow heavenly snake, Gu had a basic understanding of women. Sister Peach Blossom's fragrance assailed his nostrils. How could he not be moved? He rubbed his nose. This happened 2 days ago. Sister Peach Blossom secretly pinched Gu. Gu glanced at her. "Don't disappear like this in the future." Gu hummed in acknowledgement. After the various clans had discussed the benefits, they all returned to their respective residences. Gu explained to Zhao Ying and followed Master Duan back to the Duan family. After arriving at the Duan family, Duan Cheng hurriedly walked into his father's room. On the other side, a servant saw Gu and was shocked. He rushed back to Third Master Duan's room. Third Master Duan was still being fed bananas by the foreign beauty. He was shocked when someone suddenly barged in. He slapped the servant's face. "Damn it, what do you want?" Chapter 539. The servant knelt on the ground. Young master, Gu is back. Gu is back." After saying this, the servant dropped the banana on the ground. "That kid is back." He sucked in a breath of cold air and made some calculations in his mind. He hurriedly turned back and put on a black robe. He sneaked out of the Duan family. He walked to the front of a temple. He knelt in front of the temple. An old man in a long robe walked out slowly. "You're here," Third Master Duan said, "Honorable Lord Messenger, there's a situation in our family, so," the old man in the black robe showed his face. "You should know what will happen if you don't complete the temple's mission." After saying this, the aura around the old man in the black robe suddenly turned into a fist. He didn't move, but Third Master Duan was already hanging in the air. "Honorable Lord Messenger, it's really not my fault. Give me 2 more days. I'll definitely complete the mission." After thinking for a moment, the old man in the black robe swung his hand heavily. Third Master Duan fell to the ground, saving his life. An expert at the beginning of the 2nd level of the Spirit Profound Realm was indeed terrifying. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't take the position of the young master of the Duan family, maybe the temple should choose someone else." Of course, of course." After Third Master Duan left, the old man in the black robe knelt in front of the young man in the black robe. "Temple Master, we sensed a force nearby. Is it the force we've been looking for?" "Yes, and we found the person we've been looking for in the mining area. Ph, our branch temple master in the Kanglan Empire was killed. If we can find that young man in black, the main temple will definitely think highly of us." The two of them took out a picture scroll. It was Jiyu's face. On the portrait of the branch temple, there was also a picture of Xiao Zhantian. There was a name on it, Big Dipper Temple's Kanglan Branch Temple Master. "Investigate. You have to find out where this brat is." After Third Master Duan returned to the Duan family, he took out a pill bottle. He sprinkled all the powder into the well. At the same time, Duan Cheng, who was not far away, witnessed this scene with his own eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. That night, Patriarch Duan heard from the other aristocratic families that Jiyu was an array master. He immediately gave the order to set up a banquet. That night, everyone sat in their own seats. The head of the Duan family stood up and said to Jiyu, "Come, come, come. As the head of the Duan family, I haven't been able to properly entertain you. You're too polite, Patriarch Duan." The two of them drank a cup of wine and the Duan family head said, "If Ji Gongzi doesn't have a place to go in the future, he can stay with us for a while." Jiyu smiled faintly. "Of course." At this moment, Sister Peach Blossom twisted her body and walked into the open-air square. Under the illumination of the moonlight, several female singers walked to the top of the lotus pond. The melodious sound of a musical instrument suddenly rang out. The female singers began to move. Sister Peach Blossom stood in the middle of the crowd. She danced along with the music. Tonight, her face was covered in white sand and she wore a light muslin dress. The sound of the pipa became more and more intense. Sister Peach Blossom stood on the stage with one foot and jumped up, spinning in the air. Jiyu couldn't help but shout out, "Good." After spinning a few rounds, she landed on the ground. Sister Peach Blossom landed on the ground. Her eyes made Jiyu's heart beat faster. Sister Peach Blossom's father sat next to Jiyu. "Ji Gongzi, I wonder if this dance is good." Jiyu smiled slightly. Sister Peach Blossom's dance is naturally the best in the world. Master Duan laughed out loud. He was naturally overjoyed. Women usually couldn't appear at banquets. After the song and dance ended, Sister Peach Blossom returned to the back hall, where the women in the residence gathered. After a while, suddenly, the third young master of the Duan family put down the wine cup in his hand. He turned to the crowd and asked, "Everyone, how was the wine this time?" His appearance was very spirited. The head of the Duan family frowned. "Impudent. What are you doing here? Get out of here." The third young master of the Duan family snorted. "Uncle, you've been the head of the family for so long. It's time for you to hand it over. You're drunk." The third young master of the Duan family clapped his hands. Immediately, countless armored guards appeared in the surroundings. All the servants in the residence disappeared. Master Duan snorted. "You dare to be impudent when you're only at the 3rd level of the profound comprehension realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to activate the mystic energy in his body. Suddenly, he realized that the mystic energy in his body had completely disappeared. He immediately panicked. However, as a person with experience, he put on a serious expression. "It's not too late to give up on your plan. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for enforcing the family law. Enforcing the family law? Ha ha ha, old man, don't scare me. Back then, my father died tragically at your hands. I saw it clearly in the closet. Don't blame me for being impolite now. The armored guards drew their swords. The remaining people suddenly roared. Kill, kill, kill. You dare to rebel? Suddenly, the third young master of the Duan family laughed and said to the head of the Duan family in front of him, "Why don't you try to fight me?" The old man took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with resentment. However, the mystic energy in his body had disappeared. Suddenly, he stood up. With a wave of his hand, dozens of swords pierced into the stomach of the head of the Duan family. The head of the Duan family was hit by dozens of swords. Immediately, blood flowed out. Then, the third young master of the Duan family turned his head. "And you, brat. You ruined my plan. Moreover, that bitch of a peach blossom is my good friend's slave. It's not good for you to steal her. This young master will send you to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-armored soldiers drew their swords and swung them at Jiyu. Jiyu did not move at all. Instead, she threw a punch. Immediately, the swords fell one after another. Jiyu said indifferently, "I was in a good mood. It's you who ruined it." The third young master of the Duan family twisted his face and asked Jiyu, "Impossible. Why are you fine? You want to hurt me with this little trick of yours?" Jiyu was very indifferent. The third young master of the Duan family gnashed his teeth and said, "I don't care so much. Kill her for me." The armored guards glanced at each other. One after another, they used their strongest mystic skills. Jiyu aimed at their direction and punched heavily. A loud rumbling sound rang out. All of the silver-armored guards were like kites with a broken string as they flew backwards. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu arrived in front of the third young master of the Duan family. With a kick on his back, the third young master of the Duan family flew out. Only a flash of golden light could be seen on his body. Then, he was fine. Oh, a protective artifact. Interesting. Just as Jiyu was about to step forward, many black-robed men suddenly flew in. Duan Cheng walked out from behind. The third young master of the Duan family rolled his eyes. He grabbed his arm and said, "Big brother, we were treating him well. I didn't expect that this guy would suddenly become so fierce and kill uncle." "Kill? Didn't you do it? You drugged the well. Do you think I didn't see it? Then why didn't you say so just now?" "Haha, my father has entered the 8th tier of the Tongxian realm. It shouldn't be a problem for him to live for 200 or 300 years. When do you want me to be the head of the family? I can't wait. I want to push the Duan family to the top." With that, the sword fell and chopped off the third young master of the Duan family's right arm. In pain, the third young master of the Duan family crushed his protective artifact and disappeared immediately. "A stray dog. Uncle Zhong, take a few people and chase after him." "Yes, young master." Then, Duan Cheng looked at Jiyu and said, "I didn't expect you to be an array master. As long as we work together, we can look forward to the future." Evil creature. Sister Peach Blossom's father came back to his senses. He slammed the table heavily. "How could you do such a thing?" Duan Cheng smiled faintly. "Uncle, I'm not talking to you right now." Jiyu snorted coldly. "Although I don't care what others do, he is Sister Peach Blossom's father. I respect him." After saying that, Duan Cheng put on a confident expression. "Unfortunately, the two of you can go on your way together." Even so, Duan Cheng still put on the appearance of an elegant young master. Countless arrows danced in the air. Duan Cheng smiled. "I know you are powerful, so I specially prepared an artifact with an array to deal with you." Jiyu's chi aura immediately left her body and appeared in front of Master Duan, blocking all the arrows. Duan Cheng never expected Jiyu to be so powerful. In fear, he took 2 steps back and said to the black-robed men beside him, "Kill him." The black-robed men did not move. They only said, "Young Master Duan, the gold coins you gave us are only enough to kill people under the 1st level of the Spirit Profound realm." After saying that, One of the black-robed men cupped his hands. Ji Gongzi, I am Lei Ting from the Thunder Mercenary Group. If you need anything in the future, you can find us. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Lei Ting left with his subordinates. Only Duan Cheng was left. The surviving servants of the Duan family looked at each other. Ji Yu suddenly punched out heavily, shattering Duan Cheng's dantian. Master Duan said, "Catch them." After saying this, the rest of the people came forward and placed their swords on his neck. Duan Cheng's body trembled. At the same time, third young Master Duan, who had just crushed the protective artifact in his hand, appeared outside the shrine. The black-robed man walked out and looked at his bloody appearance. So you have failed your mission? Yes. After saying that, the black-robed man pulled out his sword and was about to kill him. Wait. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.